Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen. Although, can you actually say Happy New Year 2 weeks into a new year? Is that a faux pas? I can't really be sure. But this is episode 118 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast known as Look Out, Sir. Episode 118. Got your number. Hey, Phil. Hey. You like that, Phil?
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes. Yeah. Very funny.
Yeah.
Very funny.
Oh, hilarious, absolutely. A well-known reference to a obscure, at least on a global scale, tele-advertising campaign from the mid-noughties here in the United Kingdom. Oh, it was quite the thing. But I already know that we've talked about that at various other instances during the podcast, so I shan't do it again, but for whatever reason, I felt like doing it this time. Anyway, Phil, can you say Happy New Year this time of year?
Let's say you can. Because I'm going to say it. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. I'm optimistic about 2022, Phil. I think I've got a general good vibe about the whole thing at this moment in time. It feels like it should be all right. I don't know why.
Is your good vibe the Aeldari Codex that's going to come out soon?
The Azionari Craftworld Codex? Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Maybe that has enhanced my overall optimism for the year 2022. I've sort of just got to a point where I feel like it's all been so underwhelming the last little while that I just kind of have to accept that for what it is and be optimistic in the assertion that maybe this is as good as it will ever be ever. So you've got to kind of just resign yourself to it now and try and just engage.
What you're saying is you're at rock bottom and the only way is up.
Well, exactly. That's exactly where I'm at, mate. I am absolutely dead inside. So from here on in, everything's a positive.
Brilliant. That's a good way of looking.
Honestly, it's a refreshing outlook. You should try it, Phil. You know, just lower your expectations to their absolute minimum. I can't even say it. How do you say it, Phil?
Minimum.
Yeah, but it sounds wrong, doesn't it?
That does happen if you overthink a word sometimes.
No, it does definitely. It's just occurred. Anyway, the point is lower your expectations to the very least that you can acquire, and then everything's great after that.
That is quite often how I do things.
Exactly. Anyway, on the topic of doing things, what are we doing today? Well, not today. The podcast made over a series of days, weeks even.
So we're going to be doing the draw for the Look Out Sir end of the year quiz Black Templar box set. We're going to be announcing the winner for that. We're also doing a future speculation about 2022 and all the things that actually have already been revealed by Games Workshop in between our last episode and now. So we've actually got a ton of models to look at, a ton of previews. We're going to be discussing the 40k seasons, for example. And then in addition to that, as if that wasn't enough content for you, we've also got the Tyranid Armies of Renown, the Crusher Stampede that appears in White Dwarf. And we'll be going through all of those rules in full and discussing them as well.
And not just that, Phil, we also give everyone an insight into what Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000, the podcast, is going to look like in the year 2022. So we talk about our plans for our new fortnightly release schedule alongside a bunch of other bits and pieces that we discuss in and around that. So that's also going to be present within the show, which is quite exciting. So please, if you are in any way intrigued or curious about our plans for 2022 and want to hear them in more detail, then please go check that out and you'll get a good flavor for how we're approaching podcasting in the year of our Lord 2022 AD. Is it AD? Yes. Or is it BC? It's BC, isn't it? Oh God, I made a terrible thing. No, it isn't BC. It's AD. Oh Lord, which is it?
It's AD.
It definitely is, isn't it? Anno Domini.
Exactly. There is another one. Because there's
after.
Well, no,
after Dan.
Yes, after Dan. No, there's because there's BCE and it's not ADE. It's something else, I think.
Wasn't that one of the jabs you got? Your BCE?
Maybe, or a degree.
No, it was a BCG, wasn't it?
But there's a sort of non-religious way of talking about the dating structure as well that conveniently lines up exactly the same. So we don't need to worry.
Well, that's good. That's good. I'll tell you what also is good. A 5-star review.
Woo!
Hang on a second, what is this? Some kind of review? A 5-star review? Well, let's get into the nitty-gritty of this Warhammer 5-star review.
This week's 5-star review comes from, where do you think, Phil?
Let's just say Apple Podcasts of Great Britain.
Core blimey, he's off to the, he's kicking off the year with a great result. 1-1, Phil. 1-1. Well done.
Keep track. Let's keep track, everyone.
I will keep track of all future 5-star review predictions and or your ongoing performance, and we'll grade you at the end of the year and award you accordingly. Anyway, and also for those of you who were just listening to the intro, hearing that we were going to, announce our Black Templar winner first, was obviously still going to do the 5-star review. The first of the segments will be the Black Star review, the Black Templar thing. So that's after this, just so you know, just in case you're chomping it a bit. Although you'll probably not, because we will have timestamped it and you will have gone there if that's the thing you were mostly interested in. Also, we will have posted it on social media, and it'll probably be within the confines of the description of this podcast as well. So really, it's a bit of a sort of unnecessary faff of a thing, much like what I'm doing now. So let's get on with it, shall we? This week's 5-star review does indeed, Phil, come from Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. Your son in London, no less. 5 stars, as is, of course, Phil, a prerequisite for the 5-star review. And if you would like to leave us a 5-star review, please consider doing so. You can do it on iTunes or other places, such as our Facebook page, or other opportunities to leave 5-star reviews are available, but we only systematically check iTunes and or our Facebook page. So if you've put it somewhere that isn't either of those things, do reach out to us on Facebook or Instagram, or maybe YouTube, and let us know.
Has in the last year of you saying that, have we ever had someone say, I've put it somewhere else?
No, but no, we have not in the last year, but it has occurred over the fullness of time. Someone left us one on like somewhere I can't even remember anymore.
I mean, there might be like an Android type.
Yeah. Well, there's like the
maybe
Google podcast thing, isn't there? And then there's like what's that other one called? There's one. I forget what they're all called. There's so many podcast platforms, and we seemingly are on all of them, which is quite lovely, or at least the greater majority of them. So anyway, the point is just maybe consider leaving us a 5-star review. That's the whole bit, Phil. Don't poo-poo the whole situation. A podcast fit for the Imperium, 5 stars. Yada yada yada. A friend told me about this podcast, and happy he did. I assume that's and I'm happy he did, but we just went with and happy he did. And maybe that's how it works. The lads have good chemistry, and find myself learning more about the tabletop aspects with each episode. Now, the frustrating thing about that, Phil, is I kind of made a point about the fact that he got a slight grammatical error and then proceeded to read the rest of it like a remedial individual. I missed out the I. It was a whole mess of a thing. But the point is that a friend told him about this, and he's glad that they did, because he believes us to have good chemistry and obviously is learning things, which is fabulous and fun. Really enjoy the end of the show quiz done by Richie, which obviously is wonderful. I'm curious now whether this could himself be Richie. Although so often is the case that people compliment him, and then I make this statement where I'm like, suspicious.
Maybe Richie was the friend that recommended him.
Perchance. But anyway, more of that would be great. So there you go. That is the 5-star review from your son in London. Thank you very much, your son in London. Very much appreciated. We always really appreciate those that take the time to engage with the podcast and leave us a 5-star review, or support us on Patreon, or buy some of our merchandise. All of these things are fabulous and wonderful, and we appreciate them all equally, although just listening is enough, to be fair. That is fantastic in and of itself. But to expand on this instance of 5-star reviewery, it's Phil time.
Thanks very much. Thank you, son of London. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I hope you're enjoying the show. Thanks very much to your friend, who may or may not be Richie, for recommending this show to you. And it's now on you to pay it forwards to recommend this podcast to someone else. and get them hooked, get them tapped in. And while you're enjoying yourself, keep an eye out for the London Orc that you occasionally hear on the podcast, because obviously you are a Londoner yourself. You might see him, roaming around with some wild squigs. Gotta watch out for him. So yeah, hope you enjoy it, and thanks very much.
It's a beautiful thing, indeed. And that's that, really. We're going to move on now to whatever it is we decide to do next, which we already know what that is. It's going to be us announcing our Black Templar quiz winner thing.
But wait, there's more.
Oh, really? What more could there be?
Well, I'm going to plug the fact that we have some new T-shirts on our merchandise website, because I've been busy over the Christmas period. After our last proper episode, I came up with the not fake design of space vampires, because that was the popular catchphrase from that episode, and a couple of people had requested it. So we now have a space vampires T-shirt up on our website. And not only that, we've also had lots of requests for dark grey and black T-shirts. So we spoke to Lee, who's the guy that runs it, and he's managed to work his magic. It's an extra process. He can't normally do it, but he's managed to wrangle it. So we now have all the other designs in effectively dark style versions. So, all the white text is now... No, the black text is now white. That's it. So those are up on the website as well, which is, if you are listening along, it's rev-level.com/lookoutsir40k. Obviously, most of the money goes towards the person making the T-shirts, but we do get a little bit extra that then goes towards the production cost of the show.
It's a magical thing. Lee's a good egg. We should get some of those T-shirts ahead of the doubles, really.
Oh, that's actually a good idea. Which one would you go for?
I'll just go for sort of standard Lookout Sir, but probably in black. When you're a man who is as rotund as I am, you need to use the black color scheme to try and reduce the fatness.
It's slimming. Black is slimming.
It is. I mean, unfortunately, I'm that fat that it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. But I'd have to wear a heck of a lot of black to and be on a black background to really feel the benefit. But there we go. It's a lovely thing. Anyway, cool. Let's figure out who's won that Black Templar box set. Transitional noise. Why, hello there, everyone. In this part of the podcast, we are going to honor our obligation in giving away the Black Templar box set. We told you that you could win one, and now we are going to go... we are going to go through the process of giving it away, which is a delightful thing. Now, Phil has quite fantastically... What have you done, Phil? I mean, I'm not going to be doing you credit or justice by trying to explain it myself. What has happened here?
Well, I basically had to trawl through the 170 odd comments that we got on our video, copying the entire list, then manually removing all the actual comments. So now I'm just left with a bunch of names, and we put that into a random list picker that we've got online. And we're going to let the website do its work. We're going to push a button, and it's going to give us a name, and that name will be the winner of the Black Templars box set.
Incredible. And whomever that winner may be, please reach out to us to claim your prize. We will be offering... I'm trying to think now. Are we just going to get people to email us, or have they got messages?
Well, I'll reach out to them via the YouTube comments. I think there's a way of messaging them that way, so we do it.
Fine. We'll figure it out. But with no further ado, do you want me to splice in a drum roll, Phil?
Do a drum roll by all means.
All right, I'll see if I can find a drum roll.
Can you not?
Definitely.
Can you not beatbox a drum roll?
No, I'm way too hungover for that today.
Fair enough.
So now, let us pick one of the names.
So the winner is Sarah from Spellbinding Nails.
Sarah from Spellbinding Nails. Well, there we go. Let's try and quickly find the comment that Sarah from Spellbinding Nails gave
weirdly
us.
enough, that was one of a few comments I'd actually read, and it was a very nice comment indeed.
Was it a very nice comment? They were all nice comments.
Well, that is true, actually. They were all nice comments.
I was legitimately overwhelmed by the incredible positivity on display in that comment section. I was expecting that it was just going to be people having a go at us. So Sarah from Spellbinding Nails says, have really, really enjoyed your content through 2021. Keep doing what you do. It was very kind, very kind. And then it's edited. I'd also like to thank you for everything you do, because it's kept my boyfriend, who suffers terribly with depression last year, in high spirits. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for that and making us both laugh. I mean, that is disturbingly lovely as a comment. Actually kind of hits home a little bit on that side of things, because as many people know, I too am a bit of a depressing sometimes. I shouldn't say the F word, but I just did. I'll bleep that out. But the point is that, big reason why the podcast sort of exists was to assist me with my general thoughts and feelings concerning all of the weird, dark places that the mind tends to go. So the idea that we, make someone else's life a little less rubbish is a wonderful thing. So thank you very much for that comment, Sarah, and we hope that we can reach out to you and get that Black Templar box set across to you as soon as possible. But to everyone else, thank you very much for taking part. Thank you very much for your comments. Really means a lot to us. And really thank you very much for all the support you've shown us throughout 2021, and that we hope that you will continue to do in 2022. Not that we take it for granted. We will do our utmost to earn and retain your attention. But there we go. Phil, I'm going to ask you to expand on that, because that's kind of how I always do things. Thoughts and feelings?
Exactly. Well, a very nice and kind comment from both Sarah and her boyfriend, I guess, or on behalf of her boyfriend. So I'm glad you both enjoyed the show. Hope you both cooperatively and together enjoy building and painting a Black Templars army, or maybe you just fight over who won, but really it was Sarah who won. So it's her army, really.
There we go. Fantastic. Again, thank you, everyone. We're going to get on now with the show. Happy New Year. Woo! Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the podcast, myself and Philip are going to go on the task of trying to predict what we imagine might be happening in the year of 2022. But given that we're already in the year 2022, Phil, and so much stuff has already started happening, it only seems prudent that we try and address all the various things that have happened since we last put out a podcast in the year 2021 and now in early January of 2022. Because by crikey, Phil, all sorts has gone on, hasn't it?
I know, they have been busy.
Haven't they just, mate? Although, now here's a logistical question. Do we want to include the things we didn't get around to talking about in 2021, or are we going to keep this purely 2022?
I really want to talk about the Gravis Captain, so I want to include the 2021 stuff.
Well, that's convenient, because I'm also very keen about the various Aeldari releases that took place on Christmas Day and thereafter. So I'm glad that you sided with me on that one, Phil. So that new captain, I mean, intriguing, right? I think a lot of people, when they first showed it, were like, cool, blimey, look at that new fancy Chaos Space Marine thingy that could be coming. And then, lo and behold, oh no, that wasn't it. They all thought it was going to be Pedro Cantor, didn't they, for ages?
Oh, did they?
Yeah, or at least the people in the various groups that I'm frequenting, they were like, oh, it's Cantor. I know it's Cantor. And then it's like, oh no, it's just generic Gravis Captain. It's pretty cool, though.
Yeah, it is really cool. I actually really like it. I think what's interesting is it's, and they've done this with one of the next things that we talk about, which is the banner Ancient for the Primary change. These models already exist, and they're relatively new, like within the last 5 years. Yet they're kind of redoing them and making them better.
I mean, do they exist? I mean, I know they do, obviously, in the literal sense, but obviously when it comes to the Gravis Captain and the Primaris Ancient, both those miniatures are very, very specific in the way they're built, although or built rather,
Well,
but that's very much in line with like the apothecary. Well, not even no, actually, because
well, it's because these models, well, the ones that came out in Dark Imperium were on a much larger sprue, right? So you could only get them with other things included, which is why they then released that kind of, what was it called, the Heroes?
Heroes of the Imperium,
was
or
like
Heroes of the Crusade, or
set
something.
70 quid. Is the captain even in that one, or was that other stuff?
Oh god, you raised a really
Because
good
I
question
suspect
there.
that the captain isn't in there, but that was the only way to get the ancient, because the ancient was on a much larger sprue. Whereas, I don't know, it's one of those things where it seemed like the captain was kind of hated by a lot of people. Everyone kind of complained about his big belly and the pose being a bit silly. And it feels like this is one of those times, a bit like Uriel Ventris, where they've sort of taken on feedback and gone, well, okay, we'll give you a different version. And the other issue everyone complains about is that a sergeant can have more weapon options than a captain at the moment. So it's nice that actually they're giving us a new captain that can actually take on a bunch more weapon types as well.
Yeah, so you were actually right, Phil. So Heroes of the Chapter includes 2 lieutenants, a unit of 5 intercessors, and a Primaris Ancient. It doesn't actually include the Gravis Captain, who I guess actually up until them releasing this is a now unavailable miniature. Although, as you correctly asserted as well, mate, like a miniature that was met with a certain level of mixed emotions. I think the thing I found really weird about that Gravis Captain is that his head sits ever so too far back in his armor. It's like he's sort of like doing that weird thing that you do where you push your head back into your neck and you give yourself like a comical double chin.
Is what on the new model?
No, the old model. Like the old model, I always used to get this weird vibe because I've put a couple of them together over the years, and you get that moment where you put grab his head into his little neck area, and you think to yourself, "Oh, that's gone quite a ways back. There's quite a lot of chin, or not chin, I suppose. Sort of.
It's because he's like puffing himself forwards, I think. So yeah, his chest and his belly look extra emphasized.
Why can't you have a fat Space Marine though? I understand that they're like, the peak of genetically modified nonsense, but why can't there be the odd Space Marine fatty? Why are we so negative against the fatties?
I know, you would have thought maybe a commander that's, relegated to desk duty. He's, put on a bit of weight.
As so many Space Marines are.
I can't imagine they do that, but imagine if they did.
Exactly. He's there doing their payroll. It's like, oh, I thought being a captain was going to be great. I'm just sat at my desk.
I mean, if anything, in theory, Death Guard are fat Space Marines, right? Because they are. They've gone rogue. They can do what they want. They can eat as much as they want and let themselves go a bit, enjoy themselves.
Yep. Exactly. Gorge themselves on all the various plagues and things that they indulge in. God bless them. Although, admittedly, the god Nurgle. But anyway, nonetheless. But yeah, I didn't realize. I thought the Gravis Captain was readily available. So the fact that actually, because initially I was like, oh, clearly what they're doing is giving us newer versions or versions of the old models that were available in Dark Imperium, but are now only available in that Heroes of the Chapter set. But the fact that this guy, or rather a version of this guy, wasn't available in that set means actually this is a much more meaningful release than I initially gave it credit for.
Because last year I wanted to get a second Gravis Captain because there was a cool piece of artwork that came out in the original one of the Gravis Captain, and he was like running forwards. His gun arm was pointing forwards, shooting, and I was like, oh, that's really cool. I want to convert one up. So I managed to get one on eBay that took a bit of effort to find because you don't get them coming up all that often anymore.
Should have just spoke to me, Phil. I think I've still got like 3 of them.
But my point is like this new one is very similar to that pose. He's not quite as running, but ultimately it does what I wanted to do from kit bashing the original one. So it's kind of cool that they've done that. Basically, it's interesting that it's still using the kind of aggressor style armor with the rope around his waist and the stuff hanging down, as opposed to the other heavy intercessor captain with the rifle, who's got more of like the classic belt buckle style Space Marine which matches the heavy intercessors. So this guy actually matches the aggressors. I'm surprised they didn't marry up those two armor types to do away with the aggressor style sort of version. So it's interesting that they've kept it.
Yeah, I have to admit, I really like the captain with Mastercrafted Heavy Bolter, or the other Gravis captain, as he should otherwise been called. I actually think as well, as an actual captain at the moment, the flexibility of that heavy bolt rifle combined with the power sword loadout just makes him so much better than the old school Gravis with the gauntlet and the Mastercrafted sword. But I think it's cool now that this thing's coming along and it's got loads of swanky options. I mean, we know you can give it a chain sword or a power sword. Who knows what kind of chainsaw that thing's going to be, because obviously it's being held aloft by a big old Gravis dude. So maybe it's one of those. They used to do it. In fact, it actually does have the double-handed.
Yeah, so it's like the
thing.
Eviscerator.
Thank you, the Eviscerator. I was going to say the Executioner, but I'm clearly wrong. So that'd be cool if they gave him an Eviscerator, because that definitely would be really flavoursome. But yeah, like gorgeous, really beautiful work on. Again, it's a Space Marine, right? Games Workshop don't do bad Space Marine minis at the moment, which is exemplified, and we're jumping a bit ahead in terms of the timeline, but it's relevant, exemplified with the Primaris Ancient as well, which again, just a really nice evolution of the Primaris Ancient. Again, just a really nice sort of pose, and it's cool that we're seemingly going to be able to give the Primaris Ancient more interesting weapon options. The fact that he's got a power sword is pretty cool. Makes him better than the Blade Master Ancient.
The Blade God, yeah. I sort of wish the Blade God Ancient could also have a sword. It kind of seems really silly that it can't.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's like, it was funny because I've taken the Blade Guard Ancient a couple of games, and there was only one game where I actually managed to get him into combat, and I was like, "Oh, I'm going to hit you with my sword," and I went to the page. I was like, "He doesn't have a sword." Oh God.
Yeah,
but he's called a Blade God Ancient, for goodness sake, and it's like, no, no dice.
I do really love this one. I think my only sort of pet peeve about it is the actual banner is the Indomitus Crusade like symbol, which I've been trying to remove from a lot of my Blade Guard and stuff, because I don't really want my guys to be on a crusade per se. But it also ties into the fact that this banner is almost more fitting for the Blade Guard Ancient, but this guy isn't a Blade Guard Ancient. I mean, you could do an easy banner swap, I guess, if you were so inclined, because then it matches up with the symbols on the actual Blade Guard guys. I'd be tempted to try and file off or chisel away the that kind of symbol, so I've got more space for like a chapter icon instead.
I mean, that's presuming that they're not going to give you alternate banners, right? Like, I think if this is a multi-part plastic kit, we could hopefully assume that there's going to be a couple banners in there.
That would be so amazing. Like if they did that, they've never done anything like that, but if they did, that would be brilliant. Like, God, yeah. I mean, you wouldn't get like, first company, second company, but at least you could get an Indomitus themed one and like a more generic one.
A blank essentially would be really cool, right? Something that you could do some freehand on or something would be pretty wicked.
Yeah, for sure.
Like if they gave you that as an option. I know Sean, friend of the show, Sean Powers, Max Power on Instagram, has done a beautiful job recently of painting up two Ancients in Terminator armor. One using a custom 3D printed banner, and then the other being painted using the quote Warhammer World friendly variant.
The standard one.
Yeah, which is weird though, because I don't know if he's posted it up on his Instagram yet, but the difference between the two is astounding. The one that he's got the custom banner on just looks infinitely cooler, and they're both painted to the same standard, because Sean has this really frustrating ability to paint beautiful minis consistently. Like, what the heck is that about? How does he always consistently produce similar results with everything? It's just madness.
Time and practice, I guess. Although with that, I've noticed that the sort of Shapeways banner that he's got is very static. It's straight up and straight down. Whereas the Games Workshop one actually has folds, so that one actually looks like it's like blowing in the wind a bit more naturally.
Yeah.
Whereas the Shapeways one doesn't. and is designed.
But
for
I think
being
it's just the
held
fact it's
upright.
bigger, isn't it? It's taller, it's higher up there.
Yes,
I
it's
don't
a
know.
lot
Something
bigger
about
as
it
well,
just
yeah.
looks cool. Yeah. I dig it. But yeah, the Ancient's a cool addition, and I'm glad that the Space Marines are getting more stuff because we wouldn't want Games Workshop to fall short of their fiscal responsibilities to their shareholders.
Who doesn't like Space Marines? I mean, obviously people that don't collect them, but as I've said many a time, get on board the party bus or the Space Marine train, choo all the way to Funtown. Because that's where all Games Workshop gives all the love to the Space Marines. So if you're not playing Space Marines, are you even 40King?
Are you? Do you even 40k if you don't Space Marine?
I mean, do you like how I was an ardent Krieg player for many years, and I'm just now on the Space Marine bandwagon like everyone else?
Mate, you've succumbed. We all do it eventually. You've gone on that journey where you try. Like I was the same. Like I didn't play Space Marines for a long time. But yeah, no. Eventually, they always creep up on you.
They get you. They get you eventually.
On the topic of that, in terms of 2022 predictions, right? I don't really think it's a prediction anymore, right? Because I think pretty much everyone who says these sort of stuff is saying this sort of stuff. But new Space Marine book in 2022, right?
I mean, well, it seems likely based on all the marine options we're getting. So the Banner Ancient is a new datasheet entry. The
has to be, yep.
The new Gravis Captain with his new weapon options is a new datasheet entry. There was also the Imperium Magazine limited edition Captain who had a loadout that wasn't actually legal. So that technically would have a datasheet entry as well. I mean, that's just 3. There's going to be more stuff for Space Marines coming as well.
Oh, totally.
So yeah, either a new codex or a supplement that's going to have all the rules, plus probably a new codex as well for those that want the codex version of it.
I mean, if it was to follow a similar pattern to what occurred with Space Marines in 2019, Space Marines in 2019 kicked off the year, I believe, or ended 2018, or kicked off 2019, or somewhere through early 2019. We got the Shadow Spear box, which was the Chaos Space Marines versus Phobos,
Phobos stuff,
Marines, and they added in the supplement and went, here you go, here's some rules for all this new Phobos stuff, and sold us a fancy box set, which was pretty awesome. But I think that's the thing. Like, I just think I don't imagine that we're going to necessarily see a Shadow Spear style box set for whatever this ends up being, but I do think we will see a army box set similar to what we just received for Black Templars or what we had for Orcs. I think that's pretty inevitable that that's coming for Space Marines, and I imagine they're probably going to have some new vehicle variants, some new unit variants, and obviously this Captain and that Ancient. Which, again, great for the ever amassing hordes of Space Marine players. But I think, ultimately essential for the way that GW does things, because they don't have Age of Sigmar this year, and they don't have 40k this year. So they can do a number of things. They could release an Apocalypse-style game, which is usually what they did in their middling years. They go, here's some, bigger version of 40k, or here's some smaller version of 40k in the form of Kill Team. Obviously, Kill Team's rattling on now and is already kind of established in the span of 2021. So, yeah, it just seems logical. 2022, year of the Space Marine. Yeah, again, they're going to...
Yeah, I think, though, because, this is getting ahead of ourselves, but in terms of big box release like games, so we've got 2 on the cards that we know are bound to happen pretty soon. One of them is Horus Heresy, because there's loads of talk about that, and that was predicted to come last year that didn't manifest, so maybe that will be the big summer release this year. There's also Warhammer Old World, which they talked about years ago. Now, I don't think, I mean, it might come out this year, which feels a bit early, but it would coincide quite well with was it Total War
Warhammer, Total War Warhammer 3, yeah.
So it would seem to make sense that they could knock it out in time for that with suitable armies and stuff for summer. It could maybe still be a couple of years away, but they've already been teasing artwork and stuff, and concept artwork, so it could well be that we see it this year.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be pretty amazing. But yeah, I think still, even with Heresy and with the old world stuff, I still think Space Marine. I mean, Space Marine.
This is the thing. Whenever they do something experimental, like Blood Bowl or whatever, like as a new game system, they always tend to do a big Space Marine release around that same time as well, because it covers any losses that they might get from anything else they're doing, because Space Marine sells so well. So you're right. I think that we'll get a big Space Marine release, and then they get loads of money, which effectively funds the other thing that they're going to do that may or may not do well, but will inevitably do well because it's Games Workshop.
Well, I suppose it's a relative statement, but yeah, no, I think that's fair. But yeah, so Space Marines. I mean, who knows what type of Space Marine thing they're going to give us? Maybe they'll give us a jump pack dreadnought. That would be fun, wouldn't it? We haven't seen one of them since Horus Heresy.
Oh yeah, that old Blood Angel one. Yeah, I've always wanted a heavy dreadnought, like because as I said before, you've got the Walker, which was the Phobos equivalent of the standard Redemptor dreadnought. I always want a Gravis version, so I want like a heavy Leviathan-esque Redemptor dreadnought. Which would be cool, and I think that's what I really want, is them to flesh out each of the armor types. So for Gravis, I want like Gravis Apothecary, Gravis Lieutenant, Gravis Chaplain, for example. And they sort of did it with, and Librarian, all of those. Is bonkers the amount of characters and different types you can create for each armor type, because they've obviously got Phobos Librarian, Phobos Lieutenant. I think that was it, because Apothecary tends to be just standard pattern armor, but it'd be cool if they did literally all for the standard armor, all the Phobos variants, all the Gravis variants. So if you just want a particular armor type for your whole army to be themed, cool, like jump pack versions of all of those characters as well. That would also be great.
That would be pretty cool. I'd also like to see a Primaris flyer. An aircraft, I mean.
Like a flyer or a flyer transport option,
yes,
or a drop pod variant for.
I genuinely think that the Reaver squad needs some love, and I think what better way of supporting the Reaver squad than giving them a synergy with a dedicated flyer transport, which they would synergize with perfectly. Like the idea of having like some stealthy or like some horrific kind of like terrifying drone-esque aircraft that makes a horrific screaming noise as it flies through the air and then drops off these skull-helmed lunatics that kind of get involved and start knifing you. I think that would be a really beautiful thing, because again, they did that with the Hemlock famously with the Craftworld. They gave it a -2 leadership debuff because it had this sort of haunting aura. I'd love it if they incorporated that into some kind of like shock assault flyer or something that synergized with Reavers.
I mean, I always really loved the Forge World Cerastus assault ram, which had like 2 prongs, the like super multi-melter.
You kind of have that with the Space Wolves, though, right? With the old Frost Fang, whatever it's called.
Yes, it's similar design cues, but I really love the old Forge World ones. So if they made a Primaris version of that, I would lap it up.
You can see why they're going to definitely release more Space Marines this year, can't you? It's like, we're so weak, so weak. It's like, oh, give it to me.
I know. Well, here's the thing. It's like Space Marines have so many units, but at the same time, the Primaris range is so incomplete. And you see so many people convert up like Vanguard vets to Primarisify them and things like that. It's like, I'm sure they're slowly going to do that. They're going to take the Firstborn stuff and slowly make Primaris equivalents of them. I quite like at the moment that some things are like they keep them separate. Like, Hellblasters are very much like Legion style. They're not Devastator squads. They're Legion specific. Everyone's got the same weapon. That's kind of what I like about Primaris and how it differentiates itself from the Firstborn stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just start, not churning out old ideas, but doing Primaris versions of the older stuff.
That's my 2023 40k 10th edition prediction, by the way, is the absolute kind of apex of 40k is going to be 10th edition. And do you know what the 10th edition box set's going to be, Phil?
Is it Marines versus Marines?
Yeah, it's going to be Firstborn Marines versus Primaris Marines. Imperium Nihilus versus Imperium, whatever the other version of it is.
Yeah, the normal version. Yeah,
The normal, whatever it is.
I mean, but would they, if they're redoing Horus Heresy, it's like you've already got your Marine versus Marine fix.
Yeah, but these would be like sort of Thunder Warrior-esque kind of Baroque warrior king space marines that are like spent ages segregated from the Imperium and have all gone a bit loopy and have all gone like they've lost sight of the whole, the Emperor's my dad thing, or they've just become cult Imperialis, the Emperor's a god, Primaris are a sin, mad kind of like Imperial cult version of Space Marines. Be incredible. Like, and then you'd have like, and then you could bring in another Primarch to lead them, Lorgar. Or not Lorgar, because unfortunately he's gone crazy demon, isn't he? But like, we would be a good loyalist. Lionel Johnson. Or even better, Rogel Dawn. That would be hilarious if Rogel Dawn came back and was leading these people against Gilliman. And he's like, "You're wrong, Gilliman. This is not the way. These are an abomination." It's the absolute essential 40K.
Yeah, I almost wouldn't be surprised because Marines sell so well. Yeah. Why not give people a reason to have Marines versus Marines again in the actual 40K setting? Whether they actually do it, though, I don't know if they would.
Mate, if they do it, if you are a GW shareholder, sell all your stock after that thing comes out. Like, that's it. 40K has peaked the minute they do a start collecting box set that's Marines on Marines. We've hit the end game. There's no more 40K after that. Anyway, I'll tell you what. Oh man, like, so over Christmas I had COVID. Phil had COVID. We all had COVID. It was bloody rubbish. Don't get COVID, anybody, if you can avoid it. It's awful. But a Christmas treat was delivered to us on Christmas Day in the form of the Elder versus Chaos Space Marine reveal. And by crikey, Phil, as a well-renowned, although having not played them a lot recently, Craftworld player, I was pretty thrilled at what I saw. Now, because, Games Workshop's, secrecy policies are as effective as a leaky bucket, a lot of this information was pretty widely available, even on GW's own website. So by the time this reveal came around, I was pretty confident that we were going to see a Warpsmith and a bunch of Rangers and an Altark. Although I have to admit, at one point I did think there might have been Striking Scorpions in there as well, but obviously it didn't manifest. But I wasn't expecting the Chosen. I have to be honest with you. I didn't think that we were going to be looking at a new plastic box set of Chaos Chosen. One of the theoretically coolest Chaos Space Marine things that up until now have never been good. Unless you can think of an instance where Chaos Chosen have ever been worth having.
Not really.
No, I think in second edition they had the Infiltrate special rule. So they had some like weird, quirky kind of like guerrilla warfare tactics back then. But beyond that, I can't think of any instance where people have been falling over themselves to take the Chosen. Admittedly, in 6th edition, they did a really nice range of Crimson Slaughter Chosen figures in the Start Collecting box set. So the Crimson Slaughter Chosen models were pretty awesome. But I mean, not a patch on what they've done with these ones. These Chosen minis just exemplify all of the bonkersness that is Chaos Space Marines. As too does the Warpsmith, although I'll be honest, I prefer the old Warpsmith. I know he won't be as nice as an actual physical mini. It's just something about the photography of the old Warpsmith. He looked he was quite cool. What do you reckon of Chaos Space Marines? So are you excited for this? I mean, you're not a Chaos Space Marine player or even a Chaos Space Marine enthusiast, but what do you think? Are they doing them good?
Yeah, I would say so. I'm excited on behalf of Joe, who will no doubt be collecting them for his Black Legion army. The sculpts look really nice. Obviously, they fit in really well with the current new range of Chaos Space Marines. Yeah, the Warpsmith's cool. He's all right. Yeah, no complaints from him.
If I can gripe, the only real gripe I have is the Lightning Claw pose for the Chosen. I don't understand how Games Workshop sculptors find themselves in a situation where they've got lightning claws, right? One of the easiest weapons to make look insanely cool, like posing a bloke with two massive claws for hands shouldn't really be that complicated. You usually give them a nice wide gait,
the Wolverine pose, I guess, is would be
exactly
the instant default that everyone would go for. So maybe they want to do something different.
But even then, like you can do a number of like really cool kind of like, you know, martial arts style poses or lurchy, but you know, like thrusting, but you can do a lot with it. But inevitably, a lot of the times with these lightning claws, you end up with weird kind of like sort of like again, unfortunately, this podcast isn't a visual medium. Otherwise, you'd immediately understand what I was gesturing. But it's just a bit sort of like he looks like he's about to usher you into a theatre. He's like, "Come on in, guys! Like, here you go.
Yeah, I
take
see
a seat."
It's hard to tell, I guess, because sometimes they haven't quite got the golden angle on it,
Oh, you
or
know.
until you see it in 3D, you might understand the posing a bit better. From the photo, it looks a bit odd.
You know what it is? It looks like one of his mates has let off a fart, and he's going like, "Oh, mate!" sort of like waving it away. He's not happy. He's not happy. Clearly not a Nurgle Marine. But look, I mean, the star of the show, as far as I'm concerned, is the Craftworld selection.
It's not the Mauler Fiend that is the old sculpt repackaged.
I mean, that's what was that? It's 2013 model, the Mauler Fiend. That's almost 10 years old, mate.
I know.
It's crazy. But the new Craftworld stuff. Oh. I mean, clearly I'm going to wax lyrical about how beautiful it is, but what do you reckon, Phil? What's your opinion on it all?
Oh, no, I love them. The Autarch, seems all right. Cool that you get loads of different weapon options.
Which was revealed this week, to be fair. In that initial beginning, we didn't know for certain what we were.
Oh no, they did. Well, you knew some of the weapon options because they did preview a couple of the weapon options available, but not all of them.
Yes, and they referenced it in the article. They said they were going to have multiple heads and that it's completely compatible with the existing plastic Autarch as well, which is
that's pretty cool.
Double thumbs up. Yeah, really, really cool.
His legs are in a very static pose, like sort of very, very stiff and straight, and he's at an angle. So to me, that looks a little bit odd. Like if his front knee was bent a bit more, I think it would be a bit better. But I get what they're doing. It's cool. I'm not going to complain too much. The Rangers are fantastic. Love that they look like a weird little drone thing with them and a statue, I guess, which is going to probably remove it from play and you can shoot again or some other kind of crazy special rule that you always get with.
It's intriguing, isn't it? It's intriguing, isn't it, that they're bringing in certain visual cues from what they've established in Age of Sigmar, because I've not seen a Caldar thing in Craftworlds up to this point. And now they've gone, here you go, it's a cow statue.
God, you're right. So, I didn't quite clock that it was like, some kind of antler cow. It does look very Age of Sigmar. Maybe they just had it on a CAD file and was like, oh, I'll use that for 40k.
Well, they had the same thing with the Howling Banshee kit. So the Howling Banshee kit has got like another kind of Illuminef style statue to it. It's got like a kind of hooded figure, a robed figure, sort of sat on a plinth, which is part of that.
That'd be cool. It'd be good if each path has a little deity representative in all the new kits. That'd be nice.
But it's very interesting how they're giving a lot of those Illuminef style cues with certain elements of the Aeldari. But again, I suppose that shows the relative cross compatibility of the aspects of the lore that kind of cross pollinate between both games. I know obviously the connections between Warhammer Fantasy or Age of Sigmar and 40k now have been completely diverged and there is no synergies, but there are nice little moments where they incorporate that in. But yeah, the Ranger squad is phenomenal. I think they've done a great job. The only Ranger I'm not really into is the one that's kind of wrestling with a frisbee. I don't really understand what that's all about.
Well, I presume it's a little drone scanner or something.
Yeah, I just don't like it. I hope that is something that I don't have to put on the figure. Hopefully I can just kind of have it like, pointing or doing something other than mucking around with a weirdly, awkwardly positioned landmine.
I mean,
or whatever it is.
it's clearly going to be a squad upgrade of some kind.
Oh, clearly, yeah. The other thing as well is the Shroud Runners is a really weird thing from a general kind of fluff perspective. I kind of get that Games Workshop probably watched Return of the Jedi and went, like, speeders are cool, aren't they? 2-man speeders. And, you know, we've had this established in the Aeldari range with the Harlequin jet bikes that have been ridden and or rode by, you know, 2 pilots, or a pilot and a you know, a combatant on the back. So this is an established idea. It's just really weirdly out of sync with the Ranger ideology. You know, they're a very sort of slow, methodical, considered, precision, stealth, you know, orientated aspect of the Craftworld way of life. So the idea that they'd be speeding around with a sniper rifle mounted on the back of a, you know, breakneck speed space bike, and then the fact that they would arm said space bike with one of the seemingly loudest and heaviest weapons available in the scatter laser, is just very odd.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're very much hit and run. Like, you would use the jet bike to get into position, then you would snipe, then you would dive off and go to a new location to shoot again, sort of thing. And then the gun on the actual jet bike would potentially be a last resort. Oh, balls, we've been caught, sort of thing. But yeah, like, they could have done away with the underslung gun on the actual bike, and it would have still been cool. It kind of reminds me of, like, you know, Mongol archers on horseback. It's that kind of vibe, like mobile, mobile archers. But obviously you can't pilot a bike and shoot a gun at the same time, or not very easily, that's for sure, because a horse is kind of autonomous. If you point it in the right direction, you can control it with your feet and stuff. You can't really do that with a bike. So I guess that's why they've done the 2-man crew kind of vibes. I actually really like them. I think they look really cool. I guess you've got
gorgeous
more
minis.
law nitpicks, which is fair enough.
It's more just like, there's a few weird little practical things to it as well. It's like, you know, like, even if you're Rangers, it's like, can you not just roll up your capes and put them in your saddlebag or whatever? Like, you do need, like, it's so weird that they would shoot, like, because again, it's like, it must be an absolute nightmare trying to shoot a sniper rifle with 2 people speeding around with cloaks flying around everywhere. And I get it, right? It's 40k and it's fantasy and it's fine, right? I haven't got a problem with it. It's just interesting. I think I would have loved to have seen this design concept incorporated into the Shining Spears. I would have loved it if this was like an idea that was developed for the Shining Spears. Like, you've got a rider, and then you've got someone with this ridiculous long, like, javelin hanging out on top of it. That's like bam, or has like you know, like a shooting attack, but can also spear you with it. Like, that would have been awesome if they'd incorporated that. I'd love to see, because obviously, you know, Shining Spears really need to happen with regards to this release, because Shining Spears are now one of 2 boxes, or one of 2 SKUs, or whatever you want to say, for the Elder that use the old jet bike. One of them is the Alt-Archon jet bike, who I suspect we might be finally seeing the end of in this release. And the second is the Shining Spears using the old 1980s jet bikes, or early 1990s jet bike frames. So, yeah, I really hope that we're going to see some Shining Spears. Actually, I'll tell you what, mad out left field statement about Shining Spears. I'd love it if they made Shining Spears chariots. That'd be mad. Like the idea that all of a sudden they're 2 people on some kind of like weird, like, big chariot thing would be mad. But again, that's a bit too ambitious. I think they're probably just going to be jet bikes. I just hope that they work out how they're going to do it. I'd like them to not have underslung guns on the Shining Spears. I just want them to hit you with a spear and run away. But anyway, I digress. I'm well excited for Craftworld. I got to be honest with you, with all the rules and things that have been leaking out over the internet and all the things that people are talking about, it's really nice. I'll be honest. It's really nice to be excited about a GW release legitimately again for a while. Like, I am always excited about GW stuff because I'm a massive addict, but to actually have a release that's a bit more meaningful to you, like it's a weird tribalism, I guess. It's sort of like I'm just genuinely really excited to dive in and start
Oh yeah,
exploring all this new Aeldari stuff.
It's sort of what we were just saying about, get on the Space Marine bandwagon because they're the ones that get all the love. So if you are a diehard Elder player, you don't care about Space Marines. Elder is your one army. Or if you collected Elder and Harlequins or Elder and Necrons, it's like very rarely do you get like a decent amount of new models. At best, in the last few years, you've probably had like a new character. You've had a Blackstone Fortress mini, just one. It's like you don't often get like tons of new units, but it feels like to me 9th edition is very much of the time to redo all the old armies, and hopefully we'll see that. So Necrons have had a huge army refresh. Who else have we had? We've had Necrons, we've had Orcs. Orcs was the other big sort of, classic army, another Xenos. Now we've got Elder. Seems like Tau isn't going to get really anything beyond a character or two, which is sort of similar to a lot of other ranges, like, Grey Knights, Thousand Suns. They didn't really get anything. So it feels like Chaos are going to get a relatively big amount of stuff. Who knows what
which they need?
Yeah, who knows what Tyranids will get? Tyranids might just end up getting a character or a new unit. Maybe I don't think they're going to get a huge range refresh because I think most people always understand like Orcs, Elder, and Guard are probably the three that people always say these armies are really outdated. Whether we get a huge, range of minis for Guard, who knows? I'd like to think so. Feels like it's on the cards with all the Catachan characters we had over the last few years and the Krieg coming for Kill Team. It's like you might get a couple of new regiments in plastic for those. So yeah, for people like you who are really into Elder, super exciting time. But it is funny that even while they're doing that, they're still going, here's new Space Marines.
Oh yeah, of course. It's inevitable. And the thing is, right, is like, I think what's really interesting for us Craftworld players is the time frame that it's going to take for us to get a complete range refresh, which I don't think is going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen this side of 2025. I guess it's like it because at the moment, like, we know that they are highly likely to be releasing Dark Reapers. We know that they're highly likely to be doing Striking Scorpions. We know there's a new avatar on the way because they've shown that to us in their sneak peek preview video. We know Morgan Ra, Phoenix Lord of the Dark Reapers, is also on his way because that has been previewed. So, it feels to me like the Elder are going to get a really significant release. They may even get Shining Spears, which I really hope they do. But then at that point, it's like, okay, cool. When are we going to see more of it again? And it's probably not going to be for a long while. And that's going to create a really interesting dynamic because if all of a sudden Fire Dragons, Swooping Hawks, Warp Spiders are all out of date, older sculpts, it's going to be really interesting to see how the player base kind of adopt those units because, why would you buy a Finecast Fire Dragon unit when you could be getting swanky new plastic Dark Reapers? Like, admittedly, if the rules preview is anything to go by, Dark Reapers are pretty tasty. But my point is that, are you going to want to invest in those when inevitably it will get updated at some point, but probably not some point urgently. But who knows? It could do.
I suspect it will be in a year's time. They did that with Gene Stealer Cult. Like Phase 1 Gene Stealer Cult came out, and then I think a year later, you got another drop of Gene Stealer Cult. Same with Sisters. Sisters came out like a year and a half ago. And then not this year, last year now, we had like a second phase of Sisters coming and giving us more models. And then weirdly, since then, we've had the extra Kill Team Novitiates as well coming as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if, in 1 year's time, so 2023, we get another range of Elder coming then. I mean, by that logic, potentially we'd be getting more Necrons this year. I don't know if we
I'd love
do that, but it'd be cool if they did. It'd be interesting if it does. Then it does mean there's like a pattern of this, phase 1, phase 2 of releasing an army range. So it'd be interesting to see what
which
they'll
is
do.
fair enough.
Yeah,
it is fair enough, and I think look, I think I'm again to reiterate, I'm very excited about what I'm seeing on the horizon for Craft Worlds. I think what you can see of the Morgan Ra sculpt from that preview video is incredibly exciting because, probably one of the coolest Phoenix Lord models presently. And this redesign just looks utterly epic based on the few details that they've shown.
it was funny when
And
I first watched it. I thought it was an Aussie Arc Bone Reaper because of like a lot of skulls and bony bits. Yeah, definitely AOS. And then you go, oh no, it's that
yeah,
other model.
That other model, Morgan Ra. And then obviously the avatar of Kayla Mencha Kane is clearly being teased quite extensively in this, and I cannot wait to see what they do with that kit. I just think the avatar is one of the most iconic aspects of the Craftworld army. Like when I was a young lad, like the avatar was so cool, and it's such a shame that because of the miniature, because of the way it's been treated in the rules, that it's just become like a joke. Like no one cares or has taken an avatar really in years.
It's like the Forge World mini was so much better, and it's like sized appropriately. But yeah, rules wise, probably needs a bit of a boost.
Massively.
So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do with that. It'd be interesting to see how big it is as well. I assume it's going to be kind of like the new Necron Catan model. It's going to be a big boy.
Yeah, you don't want him to be, because you don't want him to be Be'lakor, right? You don't want him to be massive because he's not a god. He's the shard of a god. So he isn't Kayla Mencha Kane himself. It's the avatar. So I think you want him to be similar. You want him to be bigger than a Wraith Lord, which is the Dreadnought variant of Wraith,
but not as big as a Wraith Knight. Yeah.
No, God, no. You don't want him to be Wraith Knight sized. You want him to be substantially bigger than a Wraith Lord, but not, towering over it. You want it sort of similar. I'd say just a bit chunkier. I would say
probably like height wise, probably around a Redemptor size, like
taller than a Redemptor,
but smaller than a
slender.
Knight. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely slender.
Yeah. But I think the thing is I think that you want. Again, what I genuinely, and I know we talked about this before, at least I think we did. Obviously, it's been a little while since we last did this, so I forget what we have and haven't talked about. But we were talking about sculpts that were heavily based off of old artwork.
Oh, yeah.
That was us, wasn't it?
They love that.
And the Mark Gibbons artwork. Is it Mark Gibbons?
Yes. Yeah. Of the old Avatar.
Yeah. His old Avatar artwork of the Avatar as it kind of is igniting in flames and it's got the burned out husk of a space marine at his feet is phenomenal. So if they do an Avatar based on that image, like just the raw ferocity and just the violence that image kind of instills is just incredible. So yeah, I think that's the thing. I just think if they do a good job of bringing that to life, it could be the best miniature ever. But I guess we'll wait and see. But there you go. I've waxed lyrical about the Aeldari, or rather the Craftworlds, the Azayanari, or whatever they're supposed to be called. They got new Guardians as well. Whoopie-doo. Do you know Guardians? They still kind of look like Guardians, just now they run.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're very similar to the new Chaos Terminators, where you look at them side by side with the old sculpts, and you almost go like, have they changed anything? Like they're so similar, but at the same time, the new sculpts are arguably so much better. It's like, but the design aesthetics is like 100% exactly the same. They're just better scaled, better, crisper detail, more detail, obviously more weapon options and head options and stuff like that. And that's sort of what I like about an update, where it's like you're keeping the essential elements all the same, but you're just making that sculpt just better.
I assume they'll be much more difficult to put together as well, as is the staple of all new Games Workshop stuff. It's like, yeah, although the Guardian kit wasn't especially great to put together, but I suppose I've built so many of them over the years that there's a certain muscle memory to them. So it'll be weird to do it again with these guys. But yeah, very excited for it. Really, really pumped for that. And I think in terms of future things for the Eldar, I think we're going to see them March, April time. And I do think, as I've already stated, based on everything that's sort of out there, it seems likely that they've got a couple other aspect warriors to reveal. The Avatar, Morgan Ra, which makes for a really, really significant release. So I'm pretty excited for that one. So that's going to be a good time. So yeah, staying on the topic of previewed miniatures, then Phil, there were a bunch of other things beside the Avatar and Morgan Ra. What do you suspect you saw in that there reveal?
There was a big old Chaos Knight.
Are you sure it's a Chaos Knight or not some form of new demon engine?
Well, you see in one shot a bunch of engines and carapace, and sort of armor where there's a little crow. To me, that very much seems like a Chaos Knight to me. We've always said there should be more Knight models coming. That was one of our predictions like a while ago, because they're just so cool. Everyone loves them, and they've always done like new Chaos versions of stuff. Although they haven't done any kind of Armiger scale Chaos Knights yet, have they?
Well, I mean, up until now, there's only been one Chaos Knight kit,
which is like the sort of generic,
sort
of the base knight, as opposed to the what was it called? The one that's like the Valiant and the other version.
Yeah, so those are I forget what pattern they're called, because you've got the Crusader Knights, which are the normal knights, the Armiger Knights, which are the small ones, and then you have the Valiant, the Castellan, which are a bleh knight. But yeah, I forget what the broader framework of them is. But I think in Chaos Knight terminology, I think they're called things like Decimators or something, or Desecrators, or Tyrants, or something along that. I think it's either like Decimator, Tyrants, words to that effect.
Dominus class for the Knight Valiant sized one.
There you go. And then, do you know what it is for Chaos Knights?
Oh,
we'll just say Tyrant. I'm sure I think it's Tyrant. But yeah, because up till now you had one Knight kit, which essentially made flipping heck Knight names. It made the fighty one and the shooty fighty one. And then if you wanted any other variant, you got a regular Chaos Knight kit and had to regular Chaos Knight kit. You got a regular Knight kit and had to muddy it up.
Yeah, so you got the Knight Despoiler.
That's it. That's the generic Imperial Knight muddied up, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And then what's the names for the Knight Chaos Knight
you've
variant?
Got Knight Tyrant, which is the large. That's.
Oh, I was right. Was that the large one?
So that's the large one, like that's of a kind of Valiant class equivalent, or it's for one with the plasma. Oh, actually, it is one, because with that one you can take all the different options, can't you? If I remember rightly.
Yeah, you take the Knight Tyrant, and then you can choose whether he's got the volcano
cannon or plasma cannon.
Yeah, or the harpoon or whatever it is.
And then, where's the other one? I'm trying to find it.
Just click through.
Rampager, which is abhorrent.
It's the equivalent of the Gallant.
It's called.
Yeah. And I've just found on the Games Workshop website there's the Desecrator as well, which is like the Paladin. So yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? So at this moment in time, the Knight Despoiler is still a standard Imperial Knight kit. So the idea that you could get another Knight kit that gives you more actual kind of Chaos Knight flexibility would be super cool. It's a shame in a way that they aren't doing maybe that's what this is. Maybe it is a variant on the Tyrant-sized miniature, or the Tyrant-sized figure. But so maybe it is a bigger Knight. But Yeah, I mean, it looks cool. I like the little birdie sat on his shoulder.
Yeah.
The old crow. It's
And
quite
the kind of strange gun it's got as well looks pretty interesting. Potentially Volkite.
Yeah, the
test.
Volkite thingy. Yeah, no, it definitely looks like it's got some tasty options.
And I assume the kind of weird whippy cables kind of come with it as well, because in the background you can see what looks like a leg hinge joint. So maybe the close combat weapon is tentacly whip cable thing.
Maybe. Or maybe it's just so mad that it can never stop moving, so they have to charge it constantly with like an elaborate set of cables because it just won't stop rampaging.
Lots of batteries on the backpack to keep it going.
Yes, yeah. There's a bunch of serfs chasing after it, trying to constantly like plug it in. Like, calm down. Like, that'd be quite cool. I look forward to seeing that because to be fair to it, the Knight Rampager and Desecrator are actually really, really beautiful models. You don't see them often enough, in my opinion, but they are really nice.
Yeah, I like how they changed the like the leg design of the Knights on that Chaos specific kit.
Yes, yeah, big time. What else have we got in here that looks like it's 40k related?
We've got some Tyranids, or a Tyranid with wings of some kind.
Is that going to be new gargoyles, or is that going to be a new bigger gargoyle, or maybe a gargoyle warrior variant?
It looks quite big. I mean, it could be what they're called, Shrieks, which was the winged Tyranid warriors.
I think if they did winged Tyranid warriors, that'd be a big win for them.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I think winged Tyranid warriors is a good shout actually on that. I would have loved though, and I know they've got minis for this, but it would have been nice if they'd done plastic lictors. Like, come on, plastic. Maybe they still will. But
yeah, I mean, lictors. In terms of a range refresh, that and there's a couple of old Finecast
there's three. Well, there's four. It's the Death Leaper, the Lictor, the Pyrovore.
Oh, Pyrovore, that's it. Yeah,
and Biovore. They're the four, and then Spore Mines. Those are the 5 outstanding NID things that need updating.
Yeah, you can get plastic Spore Mines in some of the other kits, but
yes,
but yeah, you're right. It's a standalone thing. I think they're still Finecast.
Yeah, no, I'd like it. Because I like the Biovore. I thought it was like one of those really awesome old iconic NID units because it's supposedly the cross between NIDs and Orcs, which is weird because you would have assumed that Orcs and NIDs together would have made some kind of brutish bowling ball type creature that would have just sort of hurled itself into the fray.
That's
but instead
it made
Tyranids
crossed with Squigs.
Oh yes, yeah, Tyranids with Squigs. But yeah, apparently Tyranids and Orcs make really immobile gun platforms. Who would have figured?
Yeah.
But they do shoot out spores, which I suppose is sort of reminiscent of the whole Orcs being mushroom people situation.
True.
So I guess there's some sort of resonance there. But I'd love to have seen that. But yeah, I think obviously right? Okay, this is going to sound really controversial to all the NID lovers out there. Am I wrong to struggle to get excited about new NID models? Because NIDs are NIDs, aren't they? It's always like, oh, it's another thing with a carapace head and teeth and bony chest and claws.
I mean, the thing is, they all have a
I'd love the
very
lictor
distinct
if they had the lictor
to them.
Yeah,
like the Dimmacaron from Forge World was like probably one of the few times where they've done something kind of completely different with them.
Have they though? Because it's just spurty out bony chest and carapace head.
No, I know, but it tends to be when they do big models, it's all on 4 legs. Like the I want to say Tyrannofex. And Tyrannofex and the was it Exocrine or something? Some of them look a bit rubbish, I think, especially the Games Workshop ones. But as I always think the Forge World sculpts have looked a lot better.
I think there is some gorgeous NID models, and this is the thing. I'm not saying that I don't think there are some gorgeous NID models. I'm just saying that they're all very. I just find there's something quite limited about the way the NIDs look. It's all just, like every NID looks sort of very interchangeable. It's like, yeah, it's just
Well, yeah, I think it's because they're all sort of humanoid aliens. Like, they're all carrying guns mostly, as opposed to, and they're kind of like organic guns, a la the movie Existence is an old callback. But they're not like guns that are part of their bodies most of the time.
well, they kind of are. I don't know if that's true because their arms kind of, but it's weird because they're kind of like merging into it, but they do sort of distinguish them as separate things. But I guess that's a game design restriction because you kind of need to illustrate to a player what is and isn't the weapon. I guess it's sort of a sort of essential part of that, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. Like they do some interesting stuff.
Like,
with it,
I think the drop pod was one of the sort of more interesting takes. All that kind of you can build it also as like a fortification as well.
Yes.
So I think
that's where all the spore mines come from in plastic.
Yeah. No, that's it. So those things I think are a bit more interesting takes because they're sort of taking it in a different direction because it's more like a vehicle / building as opposed to a creature with legs and claws and maybe some guns.
I suppose that's the thing, though, isn't it? At the end of the day, 40k is a game of heroes and warriors, and I suppose if you just had some weird kind of biomass that, like, could you just turn up with a big wad of Play-Doh and just go like across the board? It'd be very
a bit like the black goo from the pilot episode of Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh yes, the one that. Well, actually, no, it was the black goo. Was that the?
Oh no,
it wasn't
the pilot episode but it's the one where they kill off the
Tasha Yar.
Yes,
yeah. You're thinking the pilot episode's the one where Q interviews Picard to discover whether or not humanity deserved to live.
Was that the pilot episode? No.
I think that was the pilot episode. I think. Again, I watched so little of season 1 and 2. You watch a few choice episodes in season 2, and then season 3 onwards.
Yeah,
that was the weirdest thing about. I'm going to admit it. Over lockdown, I watched all of Star Trek Next Gen, and I'd never watched it before. And I realised that I have become a Trekkie because I know that Tasha Yar died to a swamp monster, and I know stuff like I've actually almost rewatched the entirety of Next Gen again, so I've almost done it twice over.
Nice. I do keep meaning to go back one time, but it's like such a mission. To that's an investment of time.
You know what I blame, Phil? I blame Star Trek Picard because I didn't watch Next Gen, and I heard it was good, and I watched Picard on Amazon, and I thought it was the worst thing I've ever seen. And then I was like, well, this can't be why everyone likes this show. And I went back and watched Next Gen. I was like, God, this is amazing! Like, this is great.
Yeah,
and kept going.
Completely different, basically.
Yeah, and now I hate Picard even more.
Worse
than I ever expected.
That was
anyway. Although, let's not get into Star Trek.
So the next preview we have is
I'm so tempted to make a point about Star Trek. Can I make one last point? It's a really obvious moment where Patrick Stewart starts to get more sway over what he does and doesn't do because Picard becomes more of a weird action hero towards like season 5 onwards.
Yes.
Like he starts doing more sequences where he's like doing like, I don't know, like Die Hard style arrangements where he's beating people up who've tried to steal his ship or, just murdering people relentlessly. It's, yeah, there you go. It became more like the Patrick Stewart from Extras, where he was talking about, I'm a police officer, and then she walks onto the grass, and then I see everything. There's a bit. Do you know the quotes?
I do not.
Oh well, someone out there is laughing at that poor rendition because unfortunately, to try and maintain our PG rating, I've chosen to not divulge the thing that he sees all of.
Fair enough.
He's a naughty man. Anyway, right, NIDs. Yeah, I mean, whatever, right? Like, NIDs.
Well, good for NID players because they haven't had a new model in a super long time. But as I predict, I think they'll probably just get that one model or unit, and that will probably be it for them. Yeah, it'd be cool if they got more, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's just, one unit or one character, or one unit and one character.
I'd love it if they got a unit. It'd be nice to give them a unit rather than a character. Everyone just gets a character.
No, I know. Yeah,
them getting a unit would be tidy. Or maybe it's a Tyranid Prime, and the Tyranid Prime is like an ant queen or whatever, where she's got wings, and that's like the idea is like the Prime has wings now to signify its
Yeah, or it's like
extraness.
the alpha of a unit, so it could be like Shrikes, but then there's a character upgrade that you can, an alternative build that you can make out of that kit for one of them.
Anyway, yeah, exciting. Are there any other 40k things in here?
Yeah,
There's
so
this lady with a whip.
yeah, I suspect that's AOS.
I think so.
She very much looks like them.
Like them, like the AOS.
Like the Daughters of Cain type of people. There's a guy holding some kind of staff with some hazard stripes, which clearly means 40k. He's got like
or Necromunda.
Or Necromunda, which is another option. So yes, that is.
Would they show Necromunda in this though?
They haven't so far. It's been AOS and 40k specifically. And they actually also 40k kill team. So they say yeah, so it could be kill team as well. Do you know what it could be? Hold on. Because so you see it's got like Rebriever sort of stuff in a chest plate, so it looks a bit Death Guard-y. But if you skip forwards to the body, you can see it's a very tattered sort of wasteland style look. For a second I was going to say it's squats, but the legs are too big, I think, for squats. So it could be Necromunda, or it could be a Gene Stealer cult character. It doesn't really look like an Inquisitor or a Rogue Trader. So if it is it could be Astra Militarum, but it just seems too tatty for Astra Militarum. Or Traitor Guard. Traitor Guard could be an option.
Well, this is what I was going to say. And that thing where you're looking at his boots, are we potentially looking at Steel Legion? Because what do you see behind the stick? Does that look gas mask-esque to you?
Yeah, it does. Or it could be like he could be holding. Yeah, I'm trying to work out if he's holding something and it's pipework coming down, or if that's like a Rebriever unit.
That's maybe like slung down, or maybe it's a BB unit from that Hideo Kojima game that I've just forgotten the name of. But it's like a baby contained in a a weird kind of embiotic fluid.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's some like weird navigator type model, which explains why he's got loads of breathing apparatus on him and he looks a bit more tatty.
Maybe here's a real left field
Space Pirates.
Maybe no, hear me out. Maybe it's a young aspirant going across country to get to the trials to become a Space Marine. So it's like a new game system where you get to play as like young aspirants trying to navigate their way through perils.
Stop giving them good ideas, because that is a slam dunk.
That is a slam dunk,
like
isn't it?
They do those kind of like gateway games. It's like a very small box, like the one where they did it's like 4 Space Marines against some Gene Stealers. This is that perfect kind of coffee table, playing your lunch break type game. Pick 4 aspirants and you've got to get from point A to point B across a board. That would be very cool.
Like some kind of like dungeon quest type thing or whatever, but like you gotta navigate a cavern before you get to the trial, because usually most of the people who aspire to become Space Marines come from really, really, really dodgy backgrounds.
Yeah, like it's always a death world of some kind, isn't it?
Yeah, so they usually have to traverse some pretty horrendous terrain to get to where they need to be. So
yeah, I mean,
there you go.
To me, odds on it feels very much Gene Stealer cult, because it's got that kind of
I just can't see it being Gene Stealer cult because it's already out.
No, I know, but then the Neophytes came out. Do you know what it could be then? Gene Stealer cult kill team, where it's like a new unit for Gene Stealer cult, because they've done that with Sisters of Battle already. Like the Codex has come out and then they've dropped a new unit on us, basically.
Well, we will wait and see, but yeah, there we go. Hopefully it's any of the things we just said, so as we can be smug about having maybe got it right. There's a swirly book with loads of green stuff on it. That's Age of Sigmar, right?
Yeah, that's part of the Nighthaunt guide by the looks of it, with the candles and stuff and the skinny arm and the lantern. But there is a book with swirly flame on it in the last preview, which is the store anniversary models, where we get Inquisitor from the Ordo Malleus. We get Erasmus Cartavonus.
The Rasmus Cartavonus.
Yeah. We also get like a.
Was he the answer to any of our quiz questions? I feel like someone was called Erasmus.
Yeah, it's weird. Erasmus feels like a really 40k name, but I don't think there's any precedence of it being used elsewhere that I can think of.
Ah, well. Gorgeous mini, though, isn't it?
Oh my god, like, so good. Like, I want it, and I want it bad.
Wasn't because it's store birthdays, wasn't the Tottenham Court Road birthday like this weekend or last weekend?
Do you know what? I was convinced it was, and then I checked the store anniversaries listing, and it's now like October time or August, which I'm sure it wasn't.
They've moved it.
I think
they've moved it.
Do you know why? Because they moved locations. So they probably tied in. Well, no, sorry, I thought you said they moved the dates, but it's because they physically moved the store.
They did physically move the store.
Oh, man, that's so annoying because I was tempted to go down like early Jan to pick it up, but now it's.
Well, where's the earliest place you can get to that's relatively convenient?
Tottenham Court Road is 1st of October. Reading's relatively close, 1st of October. My local, Oxford, 20th of August. Warhammer World isn't actually listed.
No, it has no birthday.
No,
it's a perpetual.
But I don't think I don't know if they sell it there or not, though.
They might do eventually. They tends to be that many sort of overstocks end up there at some point.
Yeah, I mean, if they sold it all year round, that'd be great. I don't know. Lincoln is February. Swansea, nowhere near me.
Lincoln sounds like it should be close, but now if I was to look it up, I'd probably be like, oh, that's far away.
Oh, Bournemouth is March. That's not too.
Well, that's all right. Bournemouth's not too bad. I go to Bournemouth often enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is it's a pretty mini. They've done very well for themselves there. It's great that the Inquisition are getting super sexy new minis because, to be fair, they've had great minis lately, actually, the Inquisition. They've got what's her face with the dragon and the shuriken catapult. Fantastic model. Weirdly weird in pictures, but I've seen them in person. Quite a cool mini. They had
the Greyfax.
Greyfax, yeah. Greyfax was pretty great. That's it, isn't it? It's Greyfax.
Greyfax Eisenhorn that wasn't in plastic.
Yeah, I don't count Eisenhorn because he's sort of more of a one-off thing, isn't he? So, but yeah, the Inquisition's getting some good love and support, and I think this is great.
So it would be interesting to see if this guy actually gets unique rules or if he's meant to use the standard Ordo, default Inquisitor, because the default Inquisitor I'm pretty sure has like a 4-up save followed by like an invuln save, whereas this guy,
I assume he'll have his own data sheet.
Yeah, because this guy's in power armor, so yeah, it'd be interesting to see what rules he gets. Yeah, I really like it. I want to pick him up for sure.
Oh, big time. No, I'm massively in favor of that mini. He's a good one. Why don't you just campaign, Phil, to our Lookout Sir listeners? If anyone's got a store birthday coming up in February, maybe they can order you one.
Oh my god, yeah! Please let me know, because I know there's a Facebook like loot group, I think it's called, where they do this kind of thing where if someone's got a store anniversary, they just take a load of orders on behalf of people on the internet and then ship them out at cost. So yeah, but if any Lookout Sir listeners want to buy me this, I will pay you the money obviously for shipping and stuff as well.
But if you want to give it to him for free, he'll gladly take it.
I mean, I wouldn't say no.
Exactly. It's not technically the last of the 40k model reveals though, because technically, which is the best kind of technically, they sort of revealed a new Chaos Space Marine mini for the Warhammer Plus service.
Oh God, yes, yeah. So they did the Warhammer Plus gets better. They previewed a bunch of
I mean, does it get better?
new
I mean, it doesn't feel
animation.
like it got better.
Yeah,
I hope it gets better in 2022. I really do.
yeah,
but
because
I'm not optimistic.
they show a bunch of different styles of stuff, and you're like, cool. Are we getting multiple series beyond? Because last year we had Hammer and Bolter and Angels of Death, and that was it really for animations. Are we just? We know we're getting Exodites because they've previewed that, but are all the other stuff just under Hammer and Bolter? So are we just getting more Hammer and Bolter plus Exodites now, which is not many, animations ultimately, because one of them's like a compilation of one-off stuff. So it'd be cool if there was a couple of like. Because when they first revealed Warhammer Plus, there was a ton of like big name animations. Like Starties 2 is the only one I can really think of off the top of my head. But there's a bunch of these other like big like shows, like animated shows that they're meant to be bringing to us. It's like, how long are we going to have to wait for them to actually arrive? It'd be interesting to see what we get this year. I actually like the Hammer and Bolter stuff, so I'm not complaining.
I do as well. I do like Hammer and Bolter.
It'd be nice to just get a bit more than the one every few weeks that we tend to get at the moment.
I think there was a beautiful irony that they went, Warhammer Plus is great, and they did an article about how great Warhammer Plus is going to be, and then they said, look what we're releasing this week: Gene Stealer Flesh painting tutorial with a picture of the severed head of a Gene Stealer with really weirdly disjointed vision. It's like got these really dumb eyes that are like pointing out to the far left and right of his skull. A battle report, one battle report of Sylvaneth versus Nurgle, and then a Warhammer Vault release of the September 2021 White Dwarf and the End Times Nagash. I mean, it's literally like, whoa, what a slow down there. What a service.
Yeah, I mean, that's clearly like people have been on holiday, so they haven't really had much. I mean,
oh yeah, because Netflix famously does really, really bad release schedules during their holiday season. I mean,
it was interesting. I was actually looking back at Warhammer to be like, has the actual painting guides, like the generic, like standard painting guides that Duncan used to do, and then Peachy carried on, and now I think Nick Baton does a lot of them as well. Like, have the amount of them dropped down? Now we've got Warhammer Masterclass or Citadel Color Masterclass instead, and I just had a look through, and it could be that they've actually upped the number of like previews for other stuff, so it's breaking up those videos. But they still do them, but they don't seem to be doing them quite as much as they used to. So it feels like, yes, we've got Warhammer Plus, yes, we've got painting tutorials, great, but actually we're getting less of the generic painting tutorials that we used to get for free on Warhammer TV, which was the name of their YouTube channel. So yeah, I thought that was an interesting thing that I felt like it was an actual, felt like I noticed it and it was a thing. Whether it actually is or not, I mean, it's just anecdotal from me.
I mean, credit where credit's due to the work that Louise and the team on Sit Down Color Masterclass do. It's fine.
Oh no, like, and really, really good content. I mean, the battle reports are good. I haven't watched one in a while. Beyond, I watched the Christmas Red Gobbo Kill Team one.
Oh, nice. Again, battle reports are really well put together. The Vault is valuable if you like the lore. I mean, End Time the Gash is when basically the old world went bonkers. So I don't know necessarily how many people are really adamant that this is something worth reading, because a lot of the old world fans really, really were upset by the events of Nagash and the End Times.
Do you know what? It's the sort of thing I'd like to dive into and just have a look at a few things, because I was aware it was happening, and I used to play Warhammer Fantasy years ago, so I was keeping tabs on it. But at the same time, there didn't really seem to be any like summary of what was going on. Maybe like there were lore videos on YouTube and stuff that I just sort of missed out on.
Well, it was 2012, 2013 time, so it was just different times, man. It was when Games Workshop were really clamping down on any kind of content, so very few people were covering this stuff. You had the odd book review, like some people would like go, this is the product and this looks good. Like I saw a few people doing that kind of content, but I didn't really see that many lore videos back then. I think people have retrospectively covered it. I think people have gone back and talked about it, because obviously it's the events that lead up to the shattering of the old world and the creation of the Age of Sigmar, but and the Realm Gate Wars and all that stuff. And it's interesting for sure. I think it was really funny listening to all of the elf fans getting all bent out of shape about what they did with the elves. I won't spoil it in case people care about this kind of thing. Oh, in fact, I will. Who cares? No one's listening to a 40k podcast to worry about Warhammer lore from 8 years ago. Basically, the reveal is that the Dark Elves that had always been really evil actually were the good guys all along. What? And it's like, oh, I know. It was me, Austin. It was me all along. I'm getting all these weird references out today. The point is it? Yeah, I don't know. It's just that hilarious ad where they're like, look how great this service is. We're releasing 4 mediocre things this week. Well, not mediocre, but
it's not a substantial release. It's not an animation, which is kind of what people want from Warhammer Plus. It is, as you say, 1 White Dwarf issue and 1 book. I'm really excited for the Imperial Armor books to come out. It's like I've got probably about half of them in total. I've always wanted to actually hunt down the others on eBay just to complete a collection of them, because to me that was like the best period of 40k, was when Forge World was really well supported, had loads of cool and interesting rules, and had their own campaign books. And because to me they were like the grade A of like quality 40k content. So it'd be cool to see them. Yeah, they have all the rules taken out, but the artwork on those Imperial Arm books is pretty phenomenal. So it'd be great to have a flick through them.
Yeah. But again, in terms of the figure that it looks like they're teasing for the Chaos Space Marines, it looks like another Mr. Gibbons illustration brought to life yet again. The Chaos Space Marine standing atop his mountain of skulls is what I'm hearing a lot of people comparing it to.
Yeah, I saw someone
got, like,
do a little
chain axing.
Yeah, I saw someone do a little kind of composition and sort of tying it together, so that was a good spot of whoever found that. And it does look like it would be that, and that would, even though I'm not a Chaos fan, it's like it looks like it's it's hard to tell from the silhouette, but if it's based on that artwork, I'd be like, cool, I'd want that. I would. Whether or not I actually want to redeem my subscription for another year just for that model and for whatever content they're putting out by then, maybe the quality and the quantity of releases every week would have improved by then to the point where I'll be like, cool, I feel like this is like another no-brainer, let's do it again. But yeah, I mean, last year I was cash rich, so I was more than happy to put down for a year's subscription, because it was like 50, 60 odd quid or whatever. Whether I want to do that again when that comes around in, what was it, September time, I'll wait and see based on what offers they're going to incentivize us with, what the minis actually look like, and also kind of how much we're actually getting on a weekly basis in terms of content.
Is my mad prediction for these 2 new Warhammer Plus figures though Inquisitor scale?
Did you know what? They do look quite detailed and big. Whether that's because they're actually models at this stage, they could be like digital renders.
Oh, 3D renders, yeah.
So they look more detailed than they really are. I mean, yeah, because they could be busts and stuff like that sort of larger size. But would people want something that's Inquisitor scale?
Yeah.
Just to paint,
it's cool.
I guess.
Yeah, of course, man. Like, who doesn't want a beautifully detailed figurine that they can kind of paint up and like, that's the perfect thing to add to Warhammer Plus. Like, it's cool to give you figures that you can actually use in games, but I think it's even better to give you like really unique, one of a kind things that you're never going to see again.
It's true, but because actually it circumvents the core problem with these minis. Is normally you're like, well, I don't collect that faction, so that's why Assassins was quite good, because most Imperium players could find a use for an assassin. Less so for AOS when you get an orc, because unless you're playing destruction, you wouldn't need him. So anyone else playing other factions kind of gets left out in the cold. Whereas if it is actually like, no, it's not a model that you can play with, but it's a model that you can just paint up, sit on your desk, be a paperweight or whatever. Like that's actually more appealing. So like, even if you don't collect Chaos, it's a beautiful Chaos mini. Like, why not just get it to paint up? So yeah, good shout on that front.
What has Warhammer Plus got to do in 2022 to keep you interested though? Is it literally just a mini, or what do you want from them? Let's, because this is us talking about 2022 as much as it is about the current things that are happening. We've had a lot of opinions on Warhammer Plus up to this point. What is it that they need to do in 2022 to make you care?
I think they need more regular. They need to be really consistent with their animations. Like the quality of them are fine. I know some people complain about Hammer and Bolter. I quite like them. Actually, here they say, so you got Black Talon, which is a standalone show, Interrogator, which is another show, and they do preview Exodite and Hammer and Bolter. So in theory, that's 4 shows, as opposed to the 2 that we've currently got. So more quantity, a regular release. So I want at least 1 animation every week, if not 2. That would be great. That might be asking too much, though, to be fair.
I don't think it is.
I think they could easily do 2 battle reports a week. If that's
absolutely.
1 AOS, 140k, to me feels like the minimum that they should be doing. 1 painting video a week's okay.
No, it isn't.
Maybe it'd be better to have 1 sort of more, not necessarily a masterclass, but like a generic one plus a masterclass to mix it up a bit. Yeah, I think that would be it for me. I think ultimately I sort of look at it in terms of the quality of the 40k app as well, because that is part of the subscription. The Vault is cool, and what I would like to see from the Vault is more older issues of White Dwarf. Like, give me 80s and 90s issues of White Dwarf, because the current stuff is cool because it's it's got some Flashpoint Arctarius. It's got loads of rules in that is relative to current 40k. Although I currently have a massive stack of White Dwarfs with those in, so I don't need the existing ones. However, I may well just ditch them and use the digital versions instead. But what would excite me is being able to flick through my childhood copies of White Dwarf digitally, because the actual physical ones are stuck up in my parents' loft still, hidden away somewhere.
Yeah, I'd love to see him dive into the proper old retro White Dwarf releases, the Citadel journals, all of that old crazy stuff. Be cool. For me, the thing I want to see from them, I don't need animations all the time, and I don't need the kind of established show formats. I want to see some experimentation from the guys. We talked about this when we were first, talking about Warhammer Plus, and I genuinely believe that they've got such an amazing opportunity to create some really interesting original programming themed around 40k. Taking from some of the most well-established and well-loved TV formats in the world, the Great British Bake Off, panel shows, the various other reality TV angles where you get people together in a house and get them to do things together. Like, we should be getting a Great British Bake Off-esque 40k hobby challenge show. We should be getting, like a competitive gamer house show where teams are put together in accommodation for a month and have to battle it out to prove who's the best 40k player or the best 40k team. And there's all the, tribalism and madness that kind of comes along with that. Or, more kind of like quizzes and panel shows, much like what we just did for the 40k quiz of the year, like taking something like that and actually doing that in a proper production where they can get together and do 40k quizzes and get some comedy personalities. Maybe there are some comedians out there who actually know something about 40k, or maybe there's some well-known personalities within the 40k community that have some comedic tendencies that could create entertaining quiz panel show style content that could be engaging. Maybe us, Phil. Maybe they need to pay us for our quiz show.
Maybe.
You
I
know.
mean, they used to do, and they still occasionally do it. They do like, interviews with designers. The other thing I realized is, how Wade now does Lore Masters, but he used to do Voxcast and Stormcast. They've completely died off, and it's like, bring them back, stick them on Warhammer Plus or Warhammer TV, because they did a video version of those podcasts, which are always really good. I really loved the John Blanche episode where we're watching John Blanche just get on and do some drawings. It's like there's lots more interviews sort of behind the scenes. It'd be cool just to have them walking around giving us a, what was it called? The Cribs show, but they're showing us around Warhammer HQ.
Oh man, show me Jez's house. Go to Jez's
not
house.
even the houses. I just want to see the office.
Everything's stained yellow with his non-stop chain smoking.
I imagine though, if they ever did a look around the office, literally everything would be blurred out and super top secret, and we wouldn't be able to. They don't want to do that behind the veil of this is what we are as people who work here. But that would actually be really interesting to see. Getting to a virtual walk around the office and chatting to staff and them being interviewed.
A day in the life.
Yeah, stuff like that would be really interesting. I think, the Voxcast style interviews with Wade and other members of staff I always thought was really insightful. So stuff like that I really enjoy.
Yeah, I agree. I just think that's the thing. I think they limit themselves by thinking that all they can do is animations and the established YouTube formats, the painting tutorials and the bat reps. It's like, come up with new stuff.
I think that's exactly it. They've taken the formula of what works online already in terms of successful YouTube channels, and they're replicating that themselves. But at the same time, they should really be innovating and doing these newer style formats that is beyond the reach and budget of a normal YouTuber to actually produce, and can only be produced by them, really.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I think they need to be more experimental with their programming. I think they need to do stuff that creates events. It's like, and elevates the community as well. It's like, maybe you can host events at Warhammer World that, and then you can produce videos about that. A day, this tournament weekend, and do like a bunch of vox pops, where you do like little talky head interviews, and then like do like reports for how the weekend went, and try and just again, it's very propaganda-esque, right? You're going to be like, oh, Warhammer World's a great place to come and do events, but like again, like event coverage, go to LGT and actually have like roaming reporters going around talking about the event and covering it in a sort of more entertainment focused way, not just the typical 40k content creator way of like, here is the most beardy army and here's them talking about it, and this is a live stream of the same camera angle doing that. No, just celebrate the hobby, the event. There's so much stuff they could be doing with this platform, but unfortunately I just think at this moment in time they haven't unlocked that potential.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
I understand there's restrictions, but like, they really should be thinking out
maybe
of the box
after 1 year they go, cool, this is profitable or not profitable. We have X surplus of cash that Warhammer Plus has bought in, and we can now spend that on developing new shows, new ideas, assuming it is profitable and has done well. I'd assume so.
I don't think, but you would. The problem is, for that kind of service, you would assume it shouldn't be profitable straight away. Like, it needs to grow into that. Whereas, anyway, I don't know. The other thing I think Warhammer Plus should do.
Oh yeah,
it should support the new 40k seasons. I should get the 40k season content because I'm a Warhammer Plus subscriber. I think that would make absolute sense to me.
I guess, but the seasons, which I guess we can get onto, is a physical product, and
yes, aspects of it are for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's another thing. In fact, we're meant to be, assuming the world survives that long. We're going to the Warhammer World Doubles event at the end of the month. I keep meaning to do it. I've got to email the Warhammer World community, not Warhammer World community, for Warhammer World staff email, the events email address, and being like, I'm a Warhammer Plus subscriber. What is my exclusive VIP access that I'm going to get to this event? And to probably either have radio silence or for them to go, oh, there isn't anything for this one. And it's like,
Is this going to be like when we went to the Warhammer Grand Tournament?
And you complained about the food
Warhammer
not being
Day?
included. Yeah, it was Warhammer
Exactly.
Fest. That was.
Anyone who went to that Warhammer Fest event, when you got your £15 refund, this guy, just saying, I kicked up a right old stink about that. I went full lunatic, and it like, well, not lunatic, but I was incensed by it. It was, I was for some reason very moved by that. But look, I'm not talking about all of it though, right? Mission Pack, Wars of Faith, the Crusade book, or Warzone Nutchmund. The heck is Warzone Nutchmund? Vigilus alone.
Nackmund.
Oh,
It's for
Nackmund, of course,
gauntlets.
Yes. Right, not the Nutchmund gauntlet. Anyway, the point is that, those two books, fine, but the chapter approved Warzone Natchmund or Nackmund Grand Tournament stuff, throw it at me for free. It's a competitive rule set. It's a bunch of missions. It's something that, ultimately a proportion of it is going to be given to me for free anyway, which is the points adjustments, not for free, but as part of the subscription, because as a Warhammer Plus subscriber, I get the subscription to Warhammer 40k, the app, and as a Warhammer 40k app subscriber, they're going to update the points, unless they're not, but they are, right? So they're going to go, there you go, all the points have been updated on your app.
If so, when was it? So in December they did an event previewing some of the new rules, some of the new secondaries, and two of the missions, I think it was. And as part of that, they gave everyone kind of cards that had the new secondaries on it. So it's like that they're not averse to giving it for free to some people, because obviously they're the people playing at the event. But by that logic, why not give it to free for subscribers as well? I mean, to be honest,
absolutely.
Let's be honest. Going forwards, the ideal view of 40k for most people, especially if you play it on a regular basis, is a subscription service to an app that gives you all the rules for free. And for those that want to buy the books for the art, the lore, the physical copies of the rules, they are also there and available to people. And I think people have been crying out for this sort of since the beginning of 8th edition. So, give it a couple more years, and I'm sure Games Workshop will actually get there as, making it an idea. And potentially this season's concept is what might kick it off in a very kind of teasery kind of way. So we sort of talked about it. So seasons is every 6 months we're getting a new Grand Tournament mission pack themed to a war zone. So Nackmund Gauntlet or the Nackmund war zone is the first one. Presumably there's going to be 2 books to do with this, in the same way that we had 2 books for Octarius and for what was the other one? Octarius and it was
Caradon.
Nihilist.
Caradon. That was it.
So I presume we'll get another 2 books. So they're campaign books, but we'll no doubt also have the Armies of Renown, Crusade rules in there as well. So for match play, people would still want to buy them. In fact, they previewed that it's going to be the Bloody Rose, the Order of the Bloody Rose Sisters of Sororitas Codex supplement. Will be included in the Vigilus alone, isn't it? I think is the first book's called. So that'll be interesting.
Vigilus.
Yeah. So you get your GT book, which is missions and secondaries, which coming every 6 months. You'll get your campaign book, of which there'll be 2. Then you'll get your Crusade pack, which is full of missions. Which is, to be honest, I highly rate them, having played a couple of missions from different books. I think they're really awesome and keeps the game fresh. But obviously they're trying to replicate that for GT play / match play, because everyone only plays weirdly with the GT mission book, it seems. And from this, they still kind of confuse those two or conflate those 2 issues. They say, here's how you play match play with the GT rule pack. It's like, but the GT rule pack should really be exactly that, for tournament play, not for generic match play. Games Workshop still seem to advertise them and say they're one and the same, and unfortunately most of the community seem to treat them the same as well. But for those of you playing Crusade games, you're going to be having fun, laughing to the bank, well, not to the bank, because you'll be spending lots of money on all these books. And I guess that's the downside of this is a cycle of 6 months is good for keeping the game fresh, but having to buy two GT mission packs every year, so Grand Tournament books, chapter approved books every year, is a big ask. Like the last one has actually only lasted 6 months, and that was god awful. It was effectively a repeat of the last one. It's like they should have just given us that one for free as a free PDF, which would have tied us over for this concept of one coming, I guess, in January this year. And I mean, it only lasts 6 months. So if you're a casual player, I can see some concerns about, you're dropping probably 15 to 20 quid on one of these books, maybe. And it might only be valid for like a handful of games if you don't play all that much.
Well, I mean, obviously, if you don't play that much, I think it would be reasonable for us to assert that you probably don't need to.
You don't need
to buy.
But there's also the general precedent of this is what everyone plays down the club. Most people are going to want to be playing the latest rules, the latest missions. So yeah, if you come along and you don't have a copy and you're only playing a couple of times, you could just borrow or use someone else's. But there is that precedent of, or the concept of, like, you want to keep up with everyone. You want to keep up to date with the rules, even if you're not playing it all the time. So you might be encouraged to, or pressured even to want to buy them, even if you don't actually need it. And also it ties in with the I think what it's called, basically the balanced data sheets. That's it. So is the balanced data sheet still going to be released digitally alongside
every 3 months?
Or
the balanced data slate is still coming out every 3
and
months.
I presume that's not tied in to the chapter approved in any way.
No, well, the two things, I suppose, are being created in synergy with each other. I think because I think, from what I understand, the data slate is more reactive, so that's their opportunity to look at the situation, know what the future release schedule looks like, and then make relevant amends for that fixed 3-month period or longer if they decide to do so. I mean, here's the thing. Going back to my Warhammer Plus point. This thing should just be given to you as part of Warhammer Plus, right? Digitally, for certain. They shouldn't be posting you the flipping physical artifact, because at the end of the day, that's just an extra cost and a logistical challenge that they've proven as well that they're not willing to fulfill, because for us Warhammer Plus subscribers, every perk other than digital vouchers is being backlogged presently, and presumably at some point in the middle of this year we're going to receive a parcel with everything that they've told us we're getting at every point. So our keychain or pin badge for Astartes and our figurine, or rather our miniature. So all of that's on its way, right? So fine. So they can't logistically send out books to everyone every 6 months, but they can do it digitally. And I think that is essential, because at the end of the day, it's a compelling reason to have the subscription service. And as a subscriber, you already know that 50% of this purchase is already being given to you as part of the subscription, because you get the points on the app. Fair enough, the app is pretty terrible, but broadly you get the points updated on it fairly frequently. So fine. My perspective on the season is really interesting, because I think yet again it really reinforces the idea that this game is designed to be played with the Grand Tournament mission structure, because they're kind of pushing it as the main thing. And now that they've essentially said to us as a community, we're going to update this every 6 months, and we're going to continue to update these balanced data sheets, that we're basically consistently supporting the match play scene, which by extension is the competitive scene, because the two unfortunately really struggle to diverge into their own ecosystems now. Match play is competitive, and that's the end of it. Do I think this is a good thing? I think if they gave it to us as part of the Warhammer Plus subscription, it'd be a good thing. And if we had the option to buy it as a book, I think as it is, it feels a little bit. What's the best word for it? It just feels a little bit excessive. I think the problem I've got with this is that a yearly release of a chapter approved has been established up to this point, and we kind of accept it as how they do it. To move to a 6-month release schedule to this season pattern is a little bit kind of weird, because it's just the frequency of releases and the frequency of instances where we have to part with money in order to access the rules to play in our events and other things.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, ultimately,
so
ultimately, we're being made to buy one extra book a year.
we're not being
No,
made
we're
to
not being
buy,
made
right?
to buy,
Again,
but
I'm really anxious
being-
about us saying stuff like that, because that's not
being
true.
encouraged to buy. So last year they
Yeah.
released 4 Warzone books, which is 2 every 6 months, and they also did a chapter approved every year. So all they're doing on top of that is releasing an extra book. I like that they're tying the seasons to the war zones, like thematically. I think that's very cool. Weirdly, when we talked about how to improve the tournament scene, seasons was a concept I'd put out there, and that they should theme them a bit like how they do with AOS. So I think currently monsters in AOS get a buff over the normal missions in comparison to other stuff in some form, and they could do that every season with 40k to keep the meta fresh and changing outside of the normal codexes and missions. That's all cool. As you say, I think the 6 months is the bit that is sort of the sticking point. It's like either one of two things is going to happen. One, the missions between the seasons are wildly different, so you don't really get a huge amount of time to get into playing and learning and sort of, you know, getting good at a mission before they pull the rug out from under you and a new mission pack is upon you already, which could be cool, because then you don't need to be wedded to the missions. If they suck, it doesn't matter. We've only got a few months to ride out till the next one comes. Or we get what we did with the last chapter approved, and we just get a tweak to a pre-existing chapter approved. So, you know, the first mission pack, 6 missions, they're all right. They're pretty good. There's some hit and misses in there. The next chapter approved comes out, and it's literally the same missions, the same secondaries, but they've made a few tweaks here and there. That will be really disappointing. I think the only saving grace could be like the chapter approved needs to be like 10 quid, 15 max, to be palatable for most people. Like the price of the chapter approved needs to be dirt cheap if you want to sell it every 6 months.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That, or you need to break it down and make it that you can choose to buy it with the points adjustments or not. Because no one uses that point adjustments book. Like literally, it's the most pointless purchase.
I mean,
ever.
I flick through it and I go through my codex and I cross out the, you know, the 10.
Do you?
I do, just to sort of go through and actually physically see and look at the changes. So I go, cool,
Wow.
Baneblade's gone down, cross that out. I write in the new one. So my codex has like, I guess 3 or 4 columns now of crossing outs and adding in the new points adjustment to it.
You ever heard of a pencil, Phil?
No, but I also like to see how they've gone up and down, because quite often it's like the points end up being where they were to begin with. They've gone down, they've gone up, and then they've reset themselves back to the original points. That's what I do. It's completely mad, but I quite like doing it for literally just not for everything. I literally just did it for my Guard Krieg stuff. Just to see how stuff have gone up most of the time. Like really what Games Workshop should do is just release them as a PDF for free. It should be current points, new points, obviously name of the unit. It should be also points adjustment, so you can see how much they've gone up or down by, so you don't have to do that calculation yourself. So you can literally skim Space Marines, go, cool, this is up by 5, this is down by 5, this has stayed the same, you know, what have you. So if something's gone up 50 points, that's going to really stick out and be really obvious. I think at the moment, places like Goonhammer will do that for free, or YouTube channels will do that, working out that legwork. But just for Games Workshop's sake, they should just, or for our sake, Games Workshop just do it for us. Just do it for free. Because here's the thing, it's like, does Games Workshop need to make money off the rules? Like, ultimately,
Yes.
But here's the thing, how many people would buy 40k if there were no rules, or if the rules were just junk? It's like Games Workshop really...
Well, they are.
Well, here's the thing, Games Workshop need to have good rules. They need to produce rules for us to want to buy models. So it's in their interest to almost give it to us for free. It's why they gave AOS 1 for free, because they needed people.
It was literally the only saving grace.
Well, exactly. It's the only way they would have got people into the game is by going, here's the rules for free, low bar to entry, no barrier to entry, really, except just buy some models. Games Workshop make their money off people buying models. But so to me, doing chapter approved every 6 months is like an extra cost that they don't need from us, because it's like, we're going to buy your models. Just give us rules for stuff that we want. Charge us for those by all means, but not a huge amount, because we're going to put all of that money into models anyway, is the way I see it. So to me, the points cost, charging us for points, seems a bit pointless, because it's like, you need us to play the game to want to buy your models. There will be people that, I just want to collect it because it looks cool, or I want to paint it and I don't play. Those people will always exist, but I think the majority of people play buy stuff because they play the game. They buy stuff specifically because they're good in the rules. It's like, not many people are buying gladiator tanks at the moment because tanks aren't that great, or the gladiator tank isn't that great. But as soon as they give it better rules or cheaper points cost, they sell like hotcakes. It's like the Tau Hammerheads, the Hammerhead tank. So they previewed the railgun rules, bonkers good. They've all sold out now of old kits. Brilliant. Because that's the thing. The rules can be for free. People will still buy stuff from Games Workshop because ultimately they're buying models, not rules. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's how I would do it. I think in terms of the 6 monthly release thing, I think I'd tie it into Warhammer Plus and make the whole thing a bit more appealing. And I wouldn't even bother anymore with the points updates, or I do them free via a website update or whatever, or just push them out on the app. Again, tying it into Warhammer Plus. I think I think the 6 month release. Look, is it good for the game? Sort of, because the problem they had over the span of 2021 is the game really stagnated. The real problem Games Workshop have with their game at the moment is their inability to comprehensively write rules that make sense to people. Like, Winters has put out a video where he reads the new Crossfire rule for Genestealer Cult and just goes, I'm sorry, guys, I'm just not bothering. And a lot of people who do that kind of stuff can be hated on. But obviously, Winters is such an endearing individual that he sort of did that, and you couldn't help but agree with him. But also, I think it speaks to the absurdity of that rule, that you hear it and you go, yeah, you know what? That is mad. And what they've created is so garbled and awful that you can't defend it because it's so overly explained. And again, the only reason why this is the way it is because of the competitive community, because all the try-hard gamers out there, myself included, rules lawyered everything to the nth degree, to the point that now they have to feel like they need to communicate in these kind of incredibly intense ways, that they can't just say, shoot one unit with, once one unit is shot at a unit, you get +1 to hit. If 2 units do it, you get -1 to their armor save in addition, or whatever. Like there's relatively easy ways of articulating how that rule could probably work. But what they've done is mad, and that's the problem with it at the moment. Is they've just gone too far in that direction. It feels like 7th edition at the moment. It feels like they are purposely bloating this thing so as they can turn around in 10th edition and go, hey, we fixed it. But irrespective, that's a 2023 conversation. In 2022, the 6 month release of these seasons is going to be a thing. And in terms of the broader conversation around 2022, just to get back onto that to kind of close this out. So we know now that we're going to, at the time this comes out, we've already got Gene Stealer Cult and Custodes. We know Tau are round the corner. They're coming in February. We know Craftworld is round the corner. It's probably coming in March, if not late February. We know that Chaos Space Marines are coming as well, because there is loads of Chaos Space Marine releases coming through the works. So we can assume that that's either going to be March or April. We've seen what appears to be a Chaos Knight. So clearly that's coming. We've seen a Tyranid. So clearly that's coming. So probably by about June, everything will have come out, with the exception of Guard.
I think that's quite an optimistic release schedule. I think probably what we've seen could keep us going up until September.
I disagree entirely, Phil. And you know why? Because they've got to pivot into their End Times event. They've got they need another Psychic Awakening or whatever, so as they can release books every week that go, it's even worse. It's like,
I don't know, like, because to me it's like,
I think that happens in 2022, mate. I think we are heading into, by the end of 2022, we will have had 2 of the new series of let's break everything so as we can do a new edition soon.
I don't know, like, I almost, I
can, by the way, just to say, can you imagine how awful those books are going to be? Like, Psychic Awakening was broadly all right. It was like, you know, they added lots of extra stuff, but it was okay. They just basically went, what's really good? Cool. Make it even better. Move along. I am not prepared for what Games Workshop are going to do with this upcoming series of end of edition books. It's just going to be madness.
You could argue we've already got them with the Warzone books. They are.
They're going to be worse than that, mate. It's going to be insanity.
Because to me, it's like you can release all the codexes. You can
will by about July.
You can maintain the state of the game. You can maintain the edition just by releasing new Warzone books almost indefinitely, because every army will get a rules update in some form, whether it's an Army of Renown or a codex supplement. That could tie people over for years to come. And then the missions are changing. It's like, until you need to address fundamental issues with the core rules, you don't actually need to do 10th edition. Most people will actually say the core rules, maybe not the best worded, but they actually play fine. The issue people have is the extra, like the really complicated codex specific rules, such as potentially Crossfire, the like Admech, is it Drakari had them? Quite a few of them have these like kind of weird complicated rules that just seem so complicated it's a bit hard to get your head around.
Yeah, the Thousand Suns and their rubric points or whatever they are.
Yeah, like those are the things that are complicated, not necessarily the core rule. So do we need a 10th edition next year in 2023? You could argue no. However, Games Workshop may well want it because it will be a big seller for them.
Of course they will. There's no way 10th edition isn't dropping in 2023. It's just it's definitely happening.
No, I know. Because
and they are going to bloat the ever-living heck out of this thing so as they can then turn around and go, hey guys, look, we fixed it.
Yeah, it does feel like everyone is saying the game is getting more bloated. The way to solve it is with 10th edition that's simplifying it. However, that can only work if they suddenly invalidate codexes, and they don't do that.
Which they will.
But they only did that between 7th and 8th. They haven't done that any other time. Because normally they would read. So do you think Guard is going to get a codex at the end of this year, and it's going to be valid for 6 to 8 months when a new?
Yes, I 100%.
And same with the Space Marine Codex if that comes out this year.
Absolutely, 100%. The 2019 Space Marine Codex was valid for 8 to 9 months.
I know. I don't.
They're going to do it, Phil.
I don't
look. They are going to release 10th edition rules. They're going to finish it. They're going to bloat it with some ridiculous story about the return of Lionel Johnson or whatever it is. They're going to do something. Corn Berserkers led by flipping Agron. And then they're going to go, cool, here's 10th edition. by the way, everything's indexes again. We've scrapped every stratagem, and now here's a generic deck building mechanic for stratagems that we're going to add to over time.
I quite like I think limiting stratagems, I think, is a good idea.
Absolutely,
I think
but the only way you can do it is to kill it all and start again. It's too far gone.
No, I know. I was thinking,
but they're on this train now. They have to ride it to the finish.
Here's the thing. I was thinking about it today. So you've got the Orders of a Bloody Martyr. They previewed is coming in the latest Warzone book. It feels like, give it time, they will have, codex supplements for all of the sub-factions, maybe. Like, why don't they, rather than giving us rules in, these Warzone books, they just go Sisters of Battle, Adeptus Sororitas, codex supplements. It's an extra book. It's literally got all 6 or however many as sub-factions with all the rules for those codex supplements. We've seen just buy that as one extra book. You don't have to worry about campaign books. Campaign books.
Why isn't it just in the book though, Phil? I don't understand this. What are you trying to advocate for? You want us all to have 7 books each?
But here's the thing: if you're a Space Marine player, you could have 7 books already if you wanted every single supplement. What I could see them doing is going, here are the rules for each sub-faction. Guard could legitimately get it. You could go Krieg, Catachan, Cadia. They can either just have bare bones rules all in one big book, or they separate them out all into supplements and go, okay, here's new art, here's new history, here's new maps, here's new lore, and Space Marinify every single faction. Every faction, has a distinct art style. You always complain about, your Elder don't get treated in the same way as Space Marines, or Space Marines are the only ones that have to be painted in a particular way because they're the ones.
Yeah, I'm not complaining about that for when I play my Elder. I like the fact that I can paint Elder.
But imagine,
way and no one cares.
Craftworld supplement Codex Yandon and
Beltan. Well, that already existed. That was in 6th edition. But my point is we don't need it, mate. It's like literally like the level of ridiculousness they've added since 8th edition, where they've made every faction have its own factions within factions. It's just too much. It's like just scale it back.
I don't mind it though.
Scale it back.
It gives a different way
Space
of
Marines,
playing
Space Marines.
The game. Because to me, Krieg should be played in a very specific way that is totally different from how you'd play a different Guard regiment. It should have its own.
I can get on board with
stuff like that.
I can get on board with that broadly, but not to the extent now where it's like, oh, the Mechanicus. There's all the different versions of the Mechanicus. Like, why? They're the Mechanicus. They're broadly the same. Just like, I get it, right? Someone out there is going, Forge Worlds of da-da-da would be different from other places. It's like, fine. Who cares? It's Mechanicus. Like, it's crazy now, the idea that I'm going to get the Custodes book and be like, and already this exists, but it's like, here's 7 types of Custodes. No, they're Custodes. The one thing.
Here's the thing. There should be a default way of playing every regiment that pretty much has no extra bonuses. And every other regiment type, sub-faction type should have bonuses, but also restrictions, I guess, a bit like an Army of Renown.
But again, it's like Thousand Suns. We don't need 11 or whatever it is versions of Thousand Suns. We don't need 8 versions of Death Guard. You just don't. You just Death Guard or Death Guard, Thousand Suns of Thousand Suns. Where it's relevant, totally. Like Guard, fine. There is a distinct difference between a Kriegsman and a Catachanman. Like, fine. I get it. Space Marines, the same. But Thousand Suns are a single legion that, okay, fine, they've had divergences and done all this stuff in the lore and all the rest of it, but from a gameplay perspective, just do them with one thing. Like, it doesn't need all of this stuff. It's just madness. And I get it, right? It's good for players because they can be customizing and do all the rest of it. But that's the problem with it, is like, it's too much. It's and that's where the bloat comes in.
Yes, because it gives people more choice, but that's not necessarily a good thing, because it basically means if you're playing a certain Thousand Suns sect, I guess they might be called. I
think they're called cults or something.
Okay, let's say you're playing a cult and you don't get on with it. You're like, okay, I feel like I'm doing badly in the game. Is it because the cult's not very good, or is it because you don't understand the cult? Is it because you're just not very good with your army and you need more practice? But are you going to keep getting good and keep playing and practicing with that one cult, or are you going to swap to a different cult? hoping that that's gonna improve your chance of winning the game. And then you've got to learn about, you know, more stratagems, more relics, the individual, you know, sub-faction special rules and stuff. And that's where you suddenly go, okay, so that's a lot to remember. If you only have to remember, you know, your one cult, one bunch of special rules at a time, that's fine. Like if you stick to one, it's not too bad. It's if you're going to suddenly jump around between all of them, then effectively you got to learn all 7 or several of them, which gets a bit much.
The problem is with the way that Games Workshop do it at the moment, though, is they're trying to balance the game by essentially bringing everyone up to a level where they're allowed to always achieve their optimal outcome or their optimal output. It's like with the Tau Codex. Already you're reading the previews that Games Workshop are putting out, and they're basically going, this is Codex Gun. It will never stop shooting you. Like, because if the Tau stops shooting you, that's not good for the Tau. They've got one phase and they have to maximize it. So we're giving them every rule possible to keep shooting, right? And again, fine, because ultimately for a Tau player, it's really frustrating when you have a shooty army and you get locked in combat and then all of a sudden you can't do anything. But the way they've designed the game at the moment is that doesn't happen anymore. You just get out and then blow away whatever came into you. But it creates an innate imbalance because they're basically balancing by bringing everything up so as it all kind of has options to deal with everything. And that's the problem. It's like it used to be the game had a yin yang type vibe to it where certain things performed against certain things and you had to factor that into your army selection, whereas now everything can perform against everything. The amount of times I have played games against orc armies and lost my big vehicle to a flipping grot is unbearable. Like it's more than once, which is ridiculous. Like the amount of times like I've been playing a game of 40k and a unit of 10 grots shoots my Imperial Knight on one wound and drops it is infuriating. It's like, what? Like, why is that even a thing? You know, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, please. No, what I was going to say is that's a broader thing, right? But I think in the year 2022, I think, you know, obviously we've started going way into the future on 10th edition, but in the year 2022, I think, yeah, we get the new Marine decks will drop in July, August time, because that's the school holiday time where they can sell to the mums and the dads and the kids. Brilliant. Shift loads of Space Marines, get the Space Marine train going, and then they'll close out with a guard release that is kind of swept up. Or maybe they'll do the guard dirty, and they'll do with the guard what they did with Necrons in 8th edition. They won't touch guard until 10th edition. Maybe it'll be guard with Marines versus Marines.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if guard get a lackluster release. I sort of feel like they should do something. If they don't do more Krieg models after doing that one unit, I think people would be quite mad. Because they don't need to do much. We've said it many a time. You need to do a command squad, a heavy weapons squad, and then you've got your generic unit that potentially has all the special weapon options. Like that is kind of it for an entire regiment. If you could throw in a tank commander, great, but probably not like you can make one yourself. Like that's all they need to do. And so if they did Krieg, cool. If they did Katachan, fantastic. I think they're the two that people really sort of want at the moment. They're clearly not going to redo Cadians because they've done the new upgrade sprue for the basic guys. Yeah, if we get a new unit of some kind, awesome. Yeah, I mean, will they do it? Well, I'd be more inclined to see Traitor Guard as a thing, like because you've got all those Blackstone Fortress sculpts sitting around.
What, the two of them?
Well like a whole sprue of the Traitor Guardsmen. So you had.
I thought there were only 2 sculpts, weren't there?
No, there was a bunch of them. You got all sorts. Plus, you got the Beastmen as well, which interesting fact because I've now fully read all the Warzone books. Beastmen get listed as an abhuman regiment for guard again. Now, I thought they got rid of Beastmen for loyalist guardsmen a long time ago, and they shifted them over just to chaos. But it was interesting to see them actually mentioned in Warzone Octarius. Just a little cursory mention in the regiment listing. Do you know what in Warzone Octarius you didn't get a mention of?
What, in terms of guard things? I'm going to say rattlings.
No. So considering Warzone Octarius Kill Team was all about Krieg, what was the one thing you might have got in Warzone Octarius? A mention of
Krieg.
Yeah, there was a photo that pictured some orcs, and it had a little note that said it was fighting against Krieg. There was no lore mention of Krieg in any of the stories, even in the full like army regiment listing that they give you like a whole page spread of here's all the people battling in this sector. Krieg was not mentioned there either, and I sort of understand why they've completely not done them dirty, but they've kind of hidden them under the carpet, because you can't buy them, right? At the moment, you can only get them from Forge World or buy them in Kill Team. You can't buy them as a standalone 40k kit. So why would they promote them in a...
You can buy them as a standalone Kill Team kit.
No, you can only buy them in that Warzone Octarius book. Sorry, box.
Have they still not released them? Have they still not released them individually?
No, which is probably why they don't appear within Warzone Octarius of the books. Because you can't buy them anywhere. So why have stories about them?
How bizarre!
I mean,
you can't even get
will come at some point.
Octarius box anymore.
No, because they replaced that with the next one, Pariah. No,
I mean you can buy it from most shops. They've still got loads of them in physical store locations, but interesting. Look, I think, at the end of the day, I think we've done a broad job on essentially. Did we really talk about Twitter? I suppose we brought it round at the end. We kind of just talked about what just happened and what we think is going to happen going forwards. But yeah, my summary of my thoughts are: we're going to get shotgun Xenos releases between now and June, with a sprinkling of Chaos Space Marines and Chaos Knights. All that in there, and then. Yeah, come June, July time, we're going to start hearing about the big Space Marine thing. And the big Space Marine comes July, August time. And then once they're out, we pivot into whatever mad Christmas event they're going to start rolling out. And then in January through till about April of 2023, they're going to do a series of mad... the end of 40k again. Oh no, it's all going terribly wrong. Abaddon's got a thing again. And then we'll move into 10th edition, and it's going to be that process. Because again, Games Workshop can't help themselves. They're going to want to release a long series, because they've proven time and time again, every time they're going to end an edition. They did it with Age of Sigmar too, didn't they? They did the Saga of the Beast or whatever it was called. What was it even called, the Age of Sigmar thing?
Oh god, yeah, I can't remember, but I know what you mean.
They released a big god and they went destruction and blah and things, and then they just went off on a series of books where they just blew everything up again, because again, Age of Sigmar just keeps blowing up, and then that's it really. It's just breaking down. And same thing with 40k. It's like, I mean, my only hope is whatever this is, it has to be better than Psychic Awakening, because Psychic Awakening was awful. It was one of the worst events in all of 40k. I mean, what even happened? Some Inquisitor found a tomb world.
Well, this is the thing, and I said it was a problem at the time, even though they released like snippets of lore on the free sort of mini Black Library stories on the website. It's like I was just constantly left with what's happening. Like, it feels like they were very much individual stories that weren't connected, but no one ever talked about them, so they weren't all that great. My favorite thing was a short story where a bunch of custodies killed a ton of unnumbered suns because they got to the planet and the chapter they meant to be reinforcing had fallen to chaos.
Wasn't that the Brazen Claws?
Yes, yeah, I think it was. And I think it was. And yeah, the custodies have a chat to the guys and basically like, okay, cool, right, you need to sort of put your arms down now because your other brothers on the planet have gone to chaos, and they get all a bit hoity-toity, and there's a bit of a kerfuffle, and the custodian's like, right, we're killing you all now, and it all goes down.
I like the idea they would say that to him, like, right, okay, we've had enough of this, we're just killing you now.
Well, it all sort of,
Give it
it
just a
just sort
moment
of
to
like
consider.
escalates out, and it quickly throws down quite quickly, which was just a really interesting story that sort of thing could happen, like loyalists, Primaris Marines getting killed by Custodes, and it was all due to a bit of a misunderstanding or a bit of a different interpretation of how those two sort of factions look at each other.
Custodes really are C words, aren't they?
Yes, yeah.
Custodes.
But beyond that, I don't really know what happened. I mean, I bought the one book that had Guard in, which also had the Town G Sid comment, but I've not yet read the story within it because I just didn't really feel that excited about it. Whereas, as I've just said, I've read all the Warzone books. Warzone books are pretty interesting. What I liked about the Caradon one is it felt very much like a resolved story. The Warzone Octarius one has sort of been left open-ended, which I thought was a bit annoying, but I think the idea is a bit like the Vigilus. They can go back to it and carry on the story if they want. My favorite bit in Octarius was basically this whole Inquisitor story. It was basically they got this effectively like a crown from the Orcs that they discovered controlled the Tyranids. So they took it off this war boss, and they then went to this planet there was like an old Elder World on, and they were trying to see if they could use it to control the Tyranids as like a test case. But basically it just gets swarmed by the Tyranids because it was meant to be a planet that had some aliens on, but not many. But actually what happens is it sort of all the Tyranids just arrived on the planet, and the Orcs that were on the planet were attracted by this crown to them as well, so they just get flooded, and it's just like this massive chase and them trying to escape in time. And that was just like a fantastic story because it's Inquisition. I love Inquisition. Some of the other stuff is a bit like bland. Most of it was good, I would say.
But none of that was from Psychic Awakening.
Well,
Psychic Awakening was just...
Yeah, who knows what Psychic Awakening was about.
I mean, Fabius Bile turned up at one point and nicked a Primaris Marine, didn't he? That was a thing. Because, I mean, he's cloned Primarch, so inevitably he'll be interested in that. And then, what else was in it? I don't know. Some Gazcol arrived bigger. He turned up.
Do you know what? The one thing I really liked about the Psychic Awakening is the cool animations that they did. Again, mostly with the Inquisitor. Like
those weird kind of stop frame animation things they did.
They did them from time to time, but they were pretty cool.
Yeah, they were all right. Yeah, it was just a bit. It was like whatever. I mean, yeah, fine. So yeah, hopefully whatever they do is better than that. Because but inevitably that's where we're going, right? Because again, it's a great excuse to sell loads of books because everyone who's really heavily invested in 40k goes, But here's the thing, right? I think, again, if I wasn't doing this podcast, I think I genuinely wouldn't buy the upcoming Psychic Awakening because legitimately, like, I feel like I've learned now. Because how long did my Psychic Awakening purchases last throughout the span of,
mine's still valid. The Guard rules.
What? Okay, fine. So Guard.
Yeah, the Space Marines not, because they just get recycled into the Space Marine Codex. Yeah. Chaos Space Marines no, because they've recycled that into a new Warzone book. So for most of them, they probably don't exist anymore. I mean, to be honest, I think Psychic Awakening books are the Warzone books. They will just use those to tell the
but just more frequently released.
Well, it's
Psychic Awakening put out something like, I mean, how many Psychic Awakening books are there? 8. So they put out like 8 books in the span of like,
and they're doing
8
4
months,
Warzone books a year at steady pace, and they're encouraging you to buy them because they're tied in thematically with the GT mission pack. You don't need to buy them, but
Anyway, there you go. 2022, everybody. Are we optimistic about it, Phil, though? Are we looking forward to a year of 40k? Let's end on a a vibe.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I think so. Yeah, I'm enjoying
Yeah.
like the Primaris releases have me pumped for what they're going to be and what Space Marines are going to get. The Guard / Krieg might get something by the end of the year. God, I really want to see what they do with their codex when that comes out. So I am excited for that. I mean, I'm not necessarily optimistic we'll get it this year. If it is, it might be at the end or potentially early, January, this time next year. But that'll be interesting. If it gets invalidated by 10th edition, that'll be annoying. So hopefully not. But yeah, I think it could be a good year. I think what will be good mostly is we'll hopefully be able to play more 40k than last year. I think that's sort of like one of the downers of last year is there's lots of stuff to learn. Lots of books are coming out that we're talking about on the podcast, but we're not able to play as much as we would normally do or just get together in general as much. So I'm looking forward to that. I've raved in the past about how much I enjoyed our games of Crusade that we did. When was that? December or November?
I think it was early December.
Early
yeah,
December.
4th.
So I really love that. I'd love to play more Crusade. I've got plenty of stuff to get on and paint and build and stuff. So I'm looking forward to those projects that I've got. I think I really do like the Warzone books, even though I understand people's concerns about like the rules bloats for the rules that are in them. I will say one extra thing about the last Warzone book did not have a bookmark in, unlike all the others.
Have you noticed in the preview releases of the upcoming codexes, they've got bookmarks?
I presume it's like a manufacturing issue. Maybe they ran out of ribbon. What does concern me though in the previews, and maybe it's just because dummy artwork. So I think Warzone Caradon, we had Act 1, Act 2. Warzone Octarius, we had Book 1, Book 2, and Vigilus book from the one that we've seen has no numbering system whatsoever. It's just called
one and done, mate. One and done.
But I think there's still going to be 2 books. I don't think it will just be 1 book. But the fact that the naming convention changes every single time from act to book to no numbering system at all really bugs me. I made a post about it on Instagram recently, which you can see, and many people,
the ultimate expression of your
many
disdain.
people also complained about it, or just the general inconsistency on the spine of the books when I line up all my 40k books together. The Black Temple.
You did complain about this in the last podcast episode.
Well, this is extra. But I won't.
This is extra. You get an extra little rant about how much he dislikes the fact that he owns too many books.
I won't go on it about it anymore. Anyway, do some positive stuff.
Well, no, look, from my side of things, so a couple 2022 resolutions for me. Number one, I'm going to less events this year. I'm being selective and I'm going to less. Again, 2021 was a really mad one because I basically came out of that lockdown year of 2020 and was like, whatever, I'm going to do whatever. And I ended up going to like 9 events in the span of whatever it was, like 7 months or something. Because I think I went to my first event in June. Yeah, June. So I basically did almost 2 events a month for the majority of 2021. It was too much. It was way too much. But I had all that kind of inbuilt like enthusiasm, and I was like, I have to do it. Whereas this year, much more restrictive with the events I'm doing, much less concerned about the competitive play. I'm much more just in it for the lols this year. I think, yes, when the Craftworld book comes out, I'm probably going to start to pivot into a more competitive mindset because they do that to me. Damn. They do that to me though, Phil. The Craftworlds make me naughty. They have the opposite effect on me as they do on the Aeldari that live on them. They created the Craftworld, the path system to be harmonious, to help them resist temptation and be more harmonious. Yeah, absolutely, and live a more balanced lifestyle. When I get my hands, when I'm on those Craftworlds, I get all excessive. I get all
crush
excited. Them. But the point is, I'm excited for the Craftworlds. I mean, I can't lie. It's mad how culturally important they are to me as a gamer and as a hobbyist or just a person in general. Like I have a real affinity for that army. It's the army that got me into this hobby. It's the army that I've majoritively played. I mean, I've been playing since I was 13 years old, and that accounts for now 25 years of my life. And I would say for probably 20 years of that 25, I've consistently played majoritively Craftworlds. So yeah, the point is that they're a pretty important army to me. So I'm excited for that. I'm excited for just getting back into just casual gaming, like just rocking up to stores or to clubs or wherever and just playing with people again, not doing just the organized play stuff all the time, but just more the casual hobbying stuff, because that was a really important part of the hobby and has been a really important part of the hobby for me for such a long time. Just picking up the phone to someone and being like, oh, I'm going to such and such a club tonight to play some games, rather than constantly having to make it into a specific organized play thing because of the way COVID was and all the rest of it. So yeah, I'm optimistic for 22. I love 40k. I admit that I'm not super thrilled with 9th edition so far, but new Craftworld models are coming out and I'm excited for it. It's going to be a good year, I think.
You can't help but be happy for Xenos players that are going to get like big releases or any army that's slightly outdated like Chaos that's going to get a range refresh, updated rules. I'm looking forward to every army having an up-to-date 9th edition codex, and then we can look at like the overall balance of the game, the health of everything. And then also on top of that, the regular balance data slate coming out. That will be really exciting to see what they do with that, especially as it is every 3 months, so we can see how big or small those changes are going to be. I think even though yes, there's rules bloat and complexity, I think I'm looking forward to that kind of not finished point of 9th edition, but to me that's like this should be the start of 9th edition. Everyone has a codex. We're all on the same playing field. Where's 9th edition?
Enjoy it for 6 months.
Yeah, that's the thing that I almost don't want. It's like I sort of hope they extend it for another year, whether or not they do. Who knows?
I can't wait for it to go. I please, Games Workshop, just fix 10th edition, make it good, make it better.
Yeah, I mean, who knows what they'll be doing. But excited to see where they're going to be going. I guess on a personal level, I'm going to be doing more sort of 40k content because I'm out of a job at the moment. So I'm going to do some more YouTube stuff, and I'm going to do more model kits that I do in my shop. So for the next few months at least, I'll be doing that as a sort of full-time job. So that'll be fun to do.
That will be fun, mate. That will be fun. I mean, we're also going to obviously be doing podcast-related stuff, but we're going to talk about that later. But before we get to that, we're going to do whatever it is that comes next, which might be that. I don't know what the running order is off the top of my head. Could be that, could be something else. We'll find out, I guess, once we do this transitional noise. Thanks, Phil. Good recap of good predictions for 2022. Transitional noise. I know I already introduced the transitional noise, but I felt like I needed to say thanks to Phil because I think he did a good job. Well done. Woo! Yeah, sorry, thank you. Woo! Flipping heck. Hang on. Woo! Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to this part of the podcast where myself and Phil are going to talk about I do not know what. What is it, Phil?
We're going to be talking about the Army of Renown, the Crusher Stampede, exclusively only available in issue 471 of the White Dwarf. The first of its kind, an Army of Renown, not in a Warzone book.
Well, is that not technically inaccurate? Because technically the Fallen was an Army of Renown and they were in White Dwarf.
No, I think that was Codex Supplements, or in fact, that was it wasn't quite. Was it an Index Astartes? Index Hereticus, I think that was maybe called.
Was that called an Index Hereticus?
Yeah,
it kind of read like an Army of Renown, if I remember, because it did have a bunch of restrictions and things in it, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it was. Well, effectively, it was a reprint of something from Psychic Awakening, so it predated Army of Renown. It seems much more like a supplement, I would say.
Fair enough. But they love an army of renown these days, don't they? The good people of the Warhammer 40,000s. They love going, hey, look, a thing that represents a thing with extra things because we love a thing. Yada, yada, yada. And Crushing Stampede embodies what ideology?
You're a Tyranid player that doesn't want to paint models. So you just take the biggest models you can get your hands on and paint those up instead. So a small, big monster mash is what this is all about.
Fairly well, fairly well. How many big monsters do you get in your average 2,000-point big bug army? I suppose it'd probably be about, 14 or so?
I mean, yeah, you probably still get quite a decent amount, I would say.
Well, Hive Tyrant and Swarm Lordy type things are like 200 points a pop, aren't they?
Yeah, put it this way, you can fit about 15 vehicles in a guard list, so I imagine it would be around that number.
There you go, there you go. So basically, the broad strokes are, I want an army of big bugs, thus I will be going for this Crushing Stampede. They had a similar themed force years ago in the pages of whatever Leviathan books and things they were doing, didn't they? They had like a something prince and his court of loonies or whatever.
Oh, that what you're thinking of? I don't think what it was called. Yeah, that wasn't actually ever any rules. It was just in the painting guide they called it. I think was it the Norn Crown, or no, Court of the Nephilim King.
That sounds right. Yes,
like
Court of the Nephilim King.
And yeah, you had like a king, a queen, and basically almost like a deck of card kind of courtier characters. The guards had named all of these monsters. They did go down to slightly smaller sizes. So I think they had like Tyrant Guard, Hive Guard, but they mostly had lots of big bugs. So that was always my theming for my Tyranid army was. That thing, I think Tim also.
Are you allowed to say you have a Tyranid army, Phil, when you've not even come close to finishing it? You've got Tyranid models.
I've got Tyranid models. I've got one squad painted, and that's it.
There you go. You got a Tyranid squad.
It's not quite an army. It's an army in my head.
There you go. One day it will be realised. You've got some beautifully converted or, incredibly well posed Nid beasties.
Yeah. From 2015 me. I did pretty well back then.
There you go. What changed, Phil? What changed?
Joe suggesting we do 2,000 points of Space Marines. Oh no, 1,000 points. That was it. That's all it took me to derail all my hobby plans for 2 to 3 years. Thanks, Joe.
2 to 3 years is a generous statement. I feel like it was more 4 to 5 years, surely.
No. It was. I think this is. I want to say this is year. Well, now we're in 2022. It's probably going on to year 4, but it really is realistically is about 3 years in total.
Oh, fine. There you go. A modest
a drop in the
time.
ocean. Yeah.
Exactly. Anyway, yeah, so I suppose you could try and, bring to life that paint scheme and that whole thematic idea of the Court of the Nephilim King if you were going to explore the ideas around this army of renown. But, I don't think necessarily that was what it was built in aid of. I think it was obviously just done because plenty of Nid players wanted an excuse to take loads of big buggies. So what is the deal with this, Phil? What is an army of renown for those who don't already know?
So armies of renown are just thematic ways of playing your army. As we've said, this is big bugs. If you like big bugs, that's the theme. There's always restrictions for building your army, but then you also get benefits of it. So it effectively makes a certain thematic skew list playable. But it's done in a way that's always feels relatively balanced. In terms of the ones we've seen in the Warzone books, they always get pros and cons. Some of the pros probably outweigh the cons, and others probably not, and that's why we've never really seen or heard people talk about them.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So yeah, the armies of renown are a pretty well-established thing. They've got some specific wording here around crusade armies of renown. but I don't think that's necessarily anything that we aggressively need to get into in this instance, is it?
No, it's a sort of saying that you can play it as part of Crusade, and then they also carry on to say that even though this is within Flashpoint or Octarius, there's no kind of keyword stipulation, because especially in Crusade, you can only take certain stuff or you gain certain keywords. Basically, it's saying this is for match play. Anything like you want to go to a tournament, this is tournament legal rules, which is basically why we're talking about it, because it is suitable for match play for everyone. But by all means, if you want to take it as part of a Crusade force, you can as well.
Magical times. All right, well, may as well get into it then. So, in terms of the restrictions, do you want me to read the restrictions, or would you like to read the restrictions? How would you like to do it?
You do the restrictions, and I'll do the benefits. How about that?
All right, no worries. So, your army cannot include any
Any what?
I don't know. Too much glare.
Should I do it then?
No. It's literally the only word I can't read. Is it swarm units?
Swarm units, yeah.
All right, okay. Swarm units and cannot contain any models with a wounds characteristic of 2 or less. So no swarms and no models with a wounds characteristic of 2 or less. I believe the Tyranid Warriors 3 wounds, I think. So I guess Tyranid Warriors are on the menu for these guys.
Currently, yep, unless the other restrictions stop you.
Oh, that's a good point. For each unit from your army that does not have the monster keyword, your army must include at least 1 monster unit. So if it is that you don't have a monster unit, you must have a monster unit that can accompany it. That also, well, and that unit still needs to meet the restrictions that are in place so far. So Tyranid Warriors are still on the cards. All units from your army must have the Tyranids keyword and are drawn from the same hive fleet. So Tyranid Warriors are a viable option, but if you want to take a Tyranid Warrior unit, you then still need to take a bigger thing to offset it. So sort of like the same kind of stipulations that are in play around Poxwalkers or Sisters of Silence in the upcoming Custodes book. You need something in order to take something else. So, I mean, as restrictions go, obviously you're locking out all the little gribblies, your gargoyles, your hormigants, your termagants, your gene stealers.
Well, here's an interesting question posed to us. I want to say Mark on Patreon. I went ahead and answered him because I already had an idea what it was, but I also said we would talk about it when we get around to this episode. So he said, what happens if you take a Tervagon? A Tervagon is a monster. It's not swarm, but it can effectively summon units that are swarm units. I believe they're classed as swarm. Either way, they're one.
Well, no, because the Tervagon summons Termagaunts.
Termagaunts. So if they're not swarm, they're at least under the 2 wound characteristic stipulation.
Yeah.
Now, at what point does this restriction take place? Because when you're building your army list, you would actually just have effectively reserve points set aside. So it would all be legal. However, are you actually able to summon those units at all? Or is it that the restriction is basically you couldn't possibly summon them because then you are breaking your restrictions from your Army of Renown? Or is this restriction just at the list building stage and then you're sort of free to do what you want when it comes to actually playing the game?
Well, not knowing what your answer is to that question, Phil, I'm going to say what I think the situation should be, and it'll be interesting to know if we are aligned. So my perspective on this is that in the case of the, not the Tyrannofex, what's the name of the thing?
Tervagon,
thank you. In the case of the Tervagon, as I understand it, the Tervagon is able to summon new gaunts. I'm just looking for the rules for it right now because I couldn't remember whether it reinforces an existing...
It can do both. So it's got the option to spawn Termagants. At the start of the movement phase, a Tervagon can spawn Termagants. If it does so, add a new unit of 10 Termagants to your army and set it up on the battlefield yada yada yada. All of these models can be armed with flesh borers. Alternatively, you can replace up to 10 models lost earlier in the battle in an existing Tervagaunt unit. And again, there's more stipulations to that. So there's your two options. It's either 10 of a new unit or 10 reinforcing an existing unit. Obviously, you couldn't do that because you couldn't have an existing unit, but could you summon a new unit?
And how does it work with that mechanic? Because I've forgotten now, because it's been a while since thinking about the summoning mechanics and reserve points.
Yeah, so I had to check it out. You do still have to set aside points in your army, a bit like 8th edition.
Gotcha. So effectively, you would need to set aside, say this unit of 10 is 60 points or whatever it is. You have to set aside your 60 points in order to summon it.
Yeah.
Based on that, yeah, I think it's totally legit. I think absolutely. I see no reason whatsoever why you couldn't do that. And it definitely wouldn't break your army of renown, based on the fact that, as far as I'm concerned, the army of renown is something that you have to achieve during the list building stipulation. And once you've satisfied the criteria of that, then any kind of summoning or any kind of occurrences that happen in game, like say, for example, I was playing against someone who had an ability to transform one of my miniatures into something else. Say, I don't know, they could turn one of my creatures into a chaos spawn. Just because my army all of a sudden has a chaos spawn in it doesn't mean it wasn't what it was when I put it on the tabletop. So I would say that based on that logic, I think ultimately it's totally viable that you would be able to add a Tervagon and then have that Tervagon summon gaunts, and those gaunts not impact your army for now. So I would say it's totally legit. What would you say, Phil?
I actually went for the opposite.
Controversial.
Yeah, I know.
When will we ever agree on anything ever again, Phil? When did we become so fickle? When did we become so divided?
But yeah, I figured because, so I'm sure there are instances in games where you can include something in your army somehow. Like in the past, you can't do it now, but in the past you would have summoning points and you could add in an assassin via a stratagem to your army, and that wouldn't break the your kind of battle brothers super doctrine that you used to be able to get. This is kind of going back to 8th edition, before they completely changed how the rules for all of this worked. So there was a bit of a precedent of that you could add something in, it wouldn't affect your army. But I'm sure I've seen others where potentially it could. The way I read it is because it's a restriction, it's not. It feels much more all-encompassing. It's like you just cannot have it in your army. So to me, that applies not just in the list building, but at any point in the game. Obviously, it's not really been specified. It probably needs an FAQ just to clarify it. It feels like the Tervagon is a big bug, but the big bug does spawn little bugs like that. That's the whole point of it. So it feels a bit of a shame to not be able to take it because you're excluding an entire unit. But then the theme of this one in particular is just big bugs. So it feels like the restriction is in place for all time, because it feels like the Tervagon doesn't actually fit in with the exact theme of the army in a weird way.
I still think I don't know. I think it's still fair because you're doing it in the list building process, and during the list building process, you met all the criteria. There is no restriction here saying that I can't have summoning points or reserve points. Thus, as far as I'm concerned, that's fine, and whatever I spend those on is whatever I spend those on. So I personally think it's fine, but yeah, it raises an interesting point, I suppose, because, you know, theoretically that sort of thing should have been better clarified, especially given the fact that, you know, even though there are a abundance of big bug options, there's not really that many that you couldn't have remembered that you've got a big bug that spawns little ones. Like it kind of escaped their attention, surely. But obviously it did. So yet another great example of the GW's rules factory. But there you go. Anyway, tell me the benefits, Phil.
So the benefits are all the units in the army gain the Crusher Stampede keyword. which is
yes.
pretty standard with these things, which then unlocks all the other stuff you'll get access to. Units from your army without the monster keyword gain the Shielded by the Hive Mind ability, and then the monsters in your army gain the Hulking Behemoths ability. So basically, your whole army will either have Hulking Behemoths or Shielded by the Hive Mind, depending on whether or not they're monsters. You also gain access to the Crusher Stampede Warlord traits and stratagems, and Crusher Stampede Psychers from your army can generate their psychic powers from the Mass Convergence Discipline, which is over on the next page. So the Shielded by the Hive Mind, which is for the non-monsters. So this unit can never gain a Hive Fleet adaptation, which is your, regiment chapter abilities. But the models do gain a 5+ invulnerable save instead, which is
all right. It's good. Yeah,
pretty good. Then Hulking Behemoths for your monsters, so they also can't gain a Hive Fleet adaptation, and the models do gain a 5+ invulnerable save as well. But they also gain each time an attack is allocated to them, subtract 1 from the damage characteristic, so they all become dreadnoughts, which is really cool. But also,
meaningful.
Models in this unit count as a number of models equal to their remaining wounds for the purposes of determining control of objective markers.
That's
so
big.
If you've got 5 wounds, you count as 5 models. If you got 10 wounds, you count as 10 models. That's super cool. I kind of just wish that those 2 things just existed for all monsters and all vehicles. It suddenly makes vehicles way more thematic and viable in terms of their ability to be able to sit on objectives, but then, you could, weaken them and then they get worse at holding objectives and stuff.
Those Custodes players are crying out in pain when they read -1 damage at the moment, given the fact that the majority of their damage output now seems to be 2. But yeah, the combination of the rules is crazy, right? Like, giving a 5-up invuln to the smaller units is so. You kind of look at that and go, yeah, all right, cool, 5-up invuln, wicked. But the fact that you can get a 5-up invuln, the -1 damage, and be counted as a unit made up of as many wounds as you have remaining is absolutely massive. I think that Hulking Behemoth rule is incredible. Like, that is a strong rule. You know what's extra crazy about all of this, I suppose, is the fact that, like, you can still, like, put in the infamous Hive Guard unit into this army, right? So you can still have the ridiculous Hive Guard double shooting.
So you can still take them as the Hive Fleet Leviathan Codex supplement that came from the Warzone book to unlock the Hive Guard stratagem that I think did the double shooting. So that would still exist in there, but obviously you don't get the Hive Fleet adaptation, but you can still take them as Leviathan, gain all the extra stratagems and warlord traits and stuff in addition to the ones that you can get here. So it's a good double combo that you could do. It's interesting because obviously we're saying, they count as the number of models for the purposes of objectives. That's cool. But remember that knights either count as, was it 5 or 10? And
10.
The small ones are 5, aren't they?
5 and obsec, and the big ones are 10.
But they're all obsec. Like these.
Well, not the big ones.
Oh yeah, they were all obsec.
Just the armigers.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I don't believe you.
All right, fine.
No, okay,
but I am right.
Okay, no worries. I'll check that.
He's so easily convinced. He's like, I don't believe you. No, honestly.
I forgot. It's the classic Dan said it with confidence. He must be right, but it's probably wrong.
Don't let everyone in on my tricks, mate. This is how I.
This is how you win games.
That's it. Hang on, I'm just going to mute my mic for a second as I write balanced ASC. Otherwise, everyone's going to hear my terrible clacky keyboard. In fact, I've warned you now, so you can hear my terrible clacky keyboard. Right, there we go. Balanced data slate. You've made me check, Phil. So, all vehicle models with the Imperial Knights or Chaos Knight faction keyword gain the following ability: Towering Foe. This model counts as 5 models when determining control of an objective marker. If this model is Titanic, it instead counts as 10 models when determining control of an objective marker. Next rule: if every model in your army has either the Chaos Knights or Imperial Knights faction keyword, excluding agents of the Imperium or unaligned units, then all Armiger class and War Dog models from your army gain objective secured ability.
Boo!
Boom! The mic has dropped.
No, fair
The
enough.
clacky keyboard has been typed.
The clacky keyboard.
Go back to
broken.
school, Phil. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, Armiger's getting OBSEC is really cool. The fact that these don't probably, is it a deal breaker? Maybe in some cases, but the fact that they can, count as 10 plus models makes them just much more viable than they currently are, put it that way.
Yeah, very strong. We've got Warlord traits, which I guess I'll read. You got the first one, the Raging Influence, kind of like you, Phil.
That I'm full of rage, or I'm such an influencer.
Yeah, exactly. You influence with rage, with fear.
That's how
I live in constant peril. I'm always worried for my safety.
Yeah, it's my
please someone send help.
Parenting style for sure.
Like your phone.
Exactly.
Which is a callback to the outro, which no one will have heard by now, unless they listen to it in a weird order.
Timey-wimey.
It works. Anyway, we're doing so good here, man. Like we're really cementing our place as one of the best podcasts out there. While friendly Crusher Stampede monster unit is within 6 of this Warlord, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. Oh, so that's all monsters within 6 of the Warlord are gaining the exploding 6s, which is pretty meaningful. Yeah, if you get a lot of crazy bugs around a Warlord, which is going to be restrictive, right? Because obviously these guys are big boys.
Yeah.
But the 1 or 2 that you're able to get around your Warlord are definitely going to get a little bit of extra benefit out of that. Next one, Phil.
Next one. Is this going to be you or me? Savage Intimidation.
Yeah, that's me, probably, isn't it? Where you're a raging influence, I am a Neanderthal who makes people uncomfortable.
I don't want to know who is going to be the rampaging beast of the last Warlord trait. But yeah, Savage Intimidation is an aura ability. So while an enemy unit is within 3 inches of the Warlord, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, subtract 1 from the hit roll. And each time a combat attrition test is taken for that unit, subtract 1 for the combat attrition test. That's pretty
Not
cool.
if you're Krieg, though, Phil. Not if you're Krieg. Don't forget that, mate.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good rule.
See, the more I see rules like this, the more that NAF Krieg rule actually becomes pretty viable.
There you go. Look at that. I told you, Phil. You didn't need to be so negative. Look, the -1 to hit is fine. But the reality of the situation is that most of the time as the NID player, you're going to want to end up in combat on your own terms, and you're going to want to smash your opponent before they get a chance to do anything to you. So the -1 to hit is obviously useful in those instances where you find yourself with your Warlord in combat, but not as useful as the exploding 6s, I think. But there you go. Rampaging Beast, which could be Richie, I guess. Richie's the Rampaging Beast. He's like, the name of the sword that Abaddon has. It's all gone from my brain. Yeah, that was it. Dragnayan. That's what Richie's like. Yeah, he's like he's like a chain jump. Anyway, once per turn, when this Warlord is selected to fight, it can use this Warlord trait. If it does so until the end of the phase, add D3 to this Warlord's attack characteristics. Not as good as the exploding 6s on average. So yeah, Raging Influence is my pick for those 3. Which one would you take, Phil?
I actually quite like the -1 to hit.
Really?
I think sometimes you're going to get stuck in combat or be charged, in which case it just gives you more durability. So I think in that instance, I would actually go that one, then the D3, because actually, on average, let's say you've got 6 attacks, that's 1 extra attack, whereas D3 is statistically going to be higher than that. I mean, you could roll really well. Actually, no, I'm just trying to think about that's for 1 person. So the aura ability, if you can get 2 or 3 in, then yeah, it definitely makes it better. If you're doing a lone gunman or swordsman in this case, maybe as a I guess the Swarm Lord wouldn't be able to take it because it's a named character, I would assume.
No, Swarm Lords aren't a named character.
Because they're sort of like generic.
Yeah, they're like Hive Tyrants, but they're Swarm Lords.
Yes. So if you can give it a Warlord trait, then I would give that one specifically the number of attacks extra, because you're benefiting one thing and bumping it up. But all seem all right.
Yeah, they're fine. Stratagems, Phil. Why don't you tell us the first of the stratagems?
Yep, so we've got Thunderous Impact for 2 CP. It is a battle tactic stratagem. So use a stratagem in the fight phase. When a Crusher Stampede monster model from your army has finished a pile-in move, select one enemy monster or vehicle unit within engagement range. Until the end of that phase, the model can only make attacks against the selected unit, and each time it makes an attack, add 1 to the attack's hit roll, 1 to the attack's wound roll, and to the damage roll. So +1 to hit, to wound, and damage is tasty.
Yeah, that is really tasty. That's pretty meaningful. You can see why that's 2 CP, because that really is going to cause a lot of problems for certain types of thing.
Yeah.
Because again, if you're using, I don't know, a 2 damage weapon, and you're going into a dreadnought, the 2 CP essentially assures that you're going to go up to your 3 damage, which then basically means you're getting your 2 damage off against the dreadnought, but you are hitting it on 2s in almost all instances. I would imagine you were hitting it on 2s already, but the fact that you're then probably going to wound it on 2s or 3s at worst is pretty meaningful, and then the damage off the back of that is pretty crazy. So yeah, no, I love it. That's pretty reasonable, that one. We got the Terrifying Charge, which is a battle tactic stratagem for all of 1 CP. Use the stratagem at the start of the morale phase. Select 1 enemy unit within engagement range of a Crusher Stampede monster model from your army that made a charge move this turn. Until the end of the turn, subtract 3 from the leadership characteristics of models in that enemy unit. Again, pretty significant. I think the broad problem is at the moment with the morale situation is it's not really punishing enough, because only 1 model will flee as a result of failing that leadership test, and then coercively only models that roll a 1 or maybe a 1 and a 2, or maybe a 1, 2, and 3, depending on various other attributes that are in play, are then going to flee after. Exactly, such as that Warlord trait are going to flee after the fact. But the problem is at that point is it's still not nearly as devastating as it was in 8th edition, where you could essentially orchestrate a situation where it's like, right, cool, I've killed 6 models and I've reduced your leadership by 3. Now you are, leadership 5. So you need to roll a 1 in order for 1 person to be alive or whatever. And if you roll a 2, then the whole unit's what remains of the unit's been wiped out. That was definitely a bit more of a meaningful system that had a bit more of an impact on gameplay. And to be fair to it, those of us who played 8th edition would tell you that morale was pretty meaningless then as well. So the fact that they've made morale even less impactful always kind of neuters these kind of abilities.
Wasn't it? It's because you could just auto pass, and was it 1 CP back in 8th edition?
No, it was 2 CP.
Still 2, but you could do it every turn, so it made it a lot less impactful than it is now, where it's a once per game stratagem. But then, as you say, they've made the actual effects of failing that test a lot less. So yeah, having lots of things that could bump up or bump down the combat attrition test itself to make that more devastating is what you need to pull this off. I mean, I like that it's -3 leadership as opposed to what you normally see, which is like -1, maybe -2. I think anytime there's like a leadership debuff, it does need to be really significant, and I think -3 is a good amount for it to be at.
Yeah, totally agree. Next one, Phil.
Next one is Unbreakable Chitin.
Chitin.
Chitin or Chitin. I think it's Chitin. I would say Chitin.
We'll go with Chitin.
It's 1 CP or 2 CP, depending on the context. So use this stratagem in any phase when a Crusher Stampede unit from your army is selected as the target of an attack. Until the end of that phase, each time an attack is made against that unit, an unmodified wound roll of 1 to 3 for that attack fails, irrespective of any abilities that the weapon or model making the attack may have. So it's basically transhuman for Tyranids. If it contains 5 or more models or contains any models with a wound characteristic of 10 or more, this stratagem costs 2 CP, otherwise it costs 1 CP. So yeah, basically if it's a monster with 10 or more, or if it's got 5 or more models, it costs 2 CP. Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty meaningful, right? To be able to, even for 2 CP, to be able to take some of these big Griblies and just be like, yeah, you're only winning it on 4 is pretty strong.
Or imagine you've got your Hive Guard blob that's just about to be shot off the board, and it's like, 2 CP for my 8-man squad or whatever. It's probably worth it.
They're like nine bug squads, aren't they now? Or something?
Oh well, yeah. I think you can go up higher for sure.
Anyway, whatever the case, it's pretty meaningful. Next one is Death Surge, a battle tactic stratagem for 2 CP. Use this stratagem in the fight phase when a Crusher Stampede monster model, excluding character models, from your army is destroyed. Do not remove that model from play. It can fight after the attacking model's unit is finished making attacks. When doing so, that Crusher Stampede model is considered to have full wounds remaining for the purposes of determining what characteristics on its profile to use. After resolving the destroyed model's attacks, it is then removed. So 2 CP to fight with a monster on its highest bracket. Pretty terrifying in a lot of instances, because I don't know if anyone out there has ever dealt with the Democarian from the glorious Tyranid collection, but that thing is something of a nightmare, and unfortunately it can do a lot of work. So if this big bug gets into you and then is fighting after it dies, which I think is something it could do anyway, to be fair, but not necessarily on its full wounds characteristics. So yeah, pretty strong, I would say.
Yeah, what's interesting is you could charge in, fight with that model, then get attacked back, die, and then use this to attack again. Because sometimes these stratagems basically only allow you to do it if you haven't already attacked that turn.
Yeah.
So it's cool that you could effectively double attack. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy, isn't it?
The next one is Breaking Through. It's 1 CP. It's a battle tactic stratagem still. Use this stratagem in the charge phase. When a Crusher Stampede monster model from your army finishes a charge move, select one enemy model within engagement range of that monster model and roll a number of d6 equal to the monster model's remaining wounds. Then there's a stipulation of 3 bullet points. If that monster's model's strength characteristic is higher than the enemy model's toughness characteristic, for each 3+, the enemy model unit suffers 1 mortal wound to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. If that monster's model's strength characteristic is the same as the enemy model's toughness characteristics, you do a mortal wound on a 4+. And if the strength characteristic is less than the enemy model's toughness characteristic, you do mortal wounds on a 5+. So it's you do strength toughness comparison. Basically, if you're higher strength, it's on a 3+. If it's equal strength, it's 4+. If it's less strength, it's a 5+. So it makes it easier and harder depending on how tough the unit is. Normally, you're doing it on a monster, so you got pretty high strength. So yeah, that's pretty cool.
I mean, an important stipulation that I imagine a lot of people will overlook on this rule, and something that everyone who is out there playing games of 40k and coming up against this need to be aware of, it specifically says select one enemy model. One enemy model. Not unit, model.
Yeah.
So if this thing charges into a unit of orc boys, it doesn't then do 6 mortal wounds because it's got 13 wounds and is strength 8. You know, that isn't how this works. You select one of those orc boys, sure, and you'll pound it into dust, but you can't distribute those wounds into the unit. It's one model.
Yeah, it's weird because the concept of breaking through sounds like you'd be crushing through a horde and like smashing them aside. So it feels like that would actually make more sense thematically.
Yeah.
But yeah, because do mortal wounds pass over though in a squad?
Yeah, so the way mortal wounds work is they're essentially allocated as direct damage, right? So essentially you isolate those as a direct damage source, and then they're allocated to the unit. The only issue with this is that they've specifically stated model, and model is a different terminology within the way the rules are constructed, because it refers to, you know, a singular model as opposed to the unit. But then I suppose you do end up in a really weird situation where the model itself is part of the unit, and technically with the way the mortal wounds are distributed, they work differently from normal damage, where normal damage is effectively focused onto that one thing and is concentrated into that space. So if I shot an orc unit with a dark lance and I did 6 damage, all that damage is focused onto one model. Whereas if I did 6 more wounds, then those have to be distributed evenly.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting dynamic in terms of how that actually will work in game terms.
Yeah, I think here where it's saying select a model, it's like you're doing it specifically for the purposes of the toughness characteristic of a model within that unit, because you could get mixed units. Mixed toughnesses within a unit, although that is a very rare case. So I think that's probably why it's saying select a model. But as you say, the damage should splash over onto other things. So you could do it against a squad of boys and kill a bunch of them, but you just have to pick one first to do the toughness test on, is how I would see it.
Yeah, it's complicated, right? Because again, it's one of those really irritating instances where Games Workshop have an insanely complicated rule set, but they don't seemingly understand what they're doing with it when it comes to writing rules for it.
Yeah, I mean, they could just clarify, they could just spell it out and be like, these models carry on to the rest of the units. That's all they need to say to 100% cast eye and tell people what.
Well, mortal wounds effectively
do that anyway.
Basically, the way mortal wounds work is they are allocated to a squad. So essentially, it's me basically turning around to you, Phil, and going, "Here are 6 wounds that you have to distribute throughout that squad." Now, obviously, the way the rules work, you can't just put one on each. If, for example, those units have got multiple wounds, so you can't go, "Oh, here's a unit of 5 people with 2 wounds each, so I'm just going to put one on everyone and remove one model." But, you know, ultimately you have to resolve it till gone and so on. So theoretically, yeah, in that instance, even though it specifically stipulates a model, the way mortal wounds work means that effectively they still need to be resolved because they still exist within the squad. If this was direct damage, it would be a different situation. Yeah, that's really ugly, actually, when you actually start to think about it or talk about it, because, yeah, it's a classic example of the GW rules writing methodology where they've got these systems, but they gloriously put statements in play that don't make sense.
In theory, rules as written, I think it's correct. You select a model, you do the test on that, but then the mortal wounds spill out over to the rest of the unit. But the intention isn't 100% clear cut, so I could see people arguing it either way. Whereas if they just specified what happens to those mortal wounds, it would just clarify it, and it would take one extra line, even though it is a very long and lengthy rule already. Anyway, should we move on, and do you want to do rapid adaptation?
Well, I just did breaking through, didn't I? Oh, no, you did that, didn't you? No, sorry, I spent so much time talking about it. I thought I was the one talking about it initially. Use this stratagem before the battle. By the way, it's a 1 CP battle tactic stratagem. And as I've already stated, you use it before the battle. When you are mustering your army, select 1 Crusher, Stampede, Tyranid's Warrior unit. Further clarifying, Phil, that you can take Tyranid Warriors. Models in that unit have a weapon skill characteristic of 2+, and a ballistic skill characteristic of 3+. You can only use this stratagem once, unless you are playing a strike force battle, in which case you can use the stratagem twice. Or if you're playing an onslaught battle, use it 3 times. So 1 CP to make your Tyranid Warriors weapon skill 2+, ballistic skill 3+. It's good.
So it's basically +1 to both, because they're normally weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 4.
And obviously, if you're going to do it, you probably want to put it in a big unit of these guys to maximize the impact of it. So,
Yep.
yeah,
You could go up
pretty meaningful.
to 10, couldn't you? Or 9, I think.
Yeah.
Cool. The last one is enhanced brain functions, which is something we all need. 1 CP or 2 CP. Use this, again, battle tactic stratagem. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase. Select 1 Crusher Stampede Tyranid Warriors unit from your army that is within engagement range of any enemy models. Until the end of that phase, models in that unit make ranged attacks using the Big Guns Never Tire rule. See Warhammer 40k rulebook. As if they had the monster keyword. If that unit contains 5 or fewer models, this stratagem costs 1 CP. Otherwise, it costs 2 CP. So interesting. It allows Tyranid Warriors to shoot into combat. And I guess if they had heavy weapons, it would still be -1. If they mostly had non-heavy weapons, which, let's see, they've mostly assault weapons. In fact, all of them seem to be assault weapons, so there would be no minus to hit, which is pretty juicy.
That's pretty good, to be fair. Nice. Some pretty good stratagems across the board for those guys. I was just reading the Mortal Wounds rule, but I've only skimmed it, so it's a bit inconclusive. But the bullet points are each mortal wound inflicted on a unit causes 1 model in that unit to lose 1 wound. No saving throws can be made against mortal wounds. Mortal wounds inflicted by attacks in addition to normal damage always apply, even if normal damage saved. So yeah, there's I'm not sure on the mortal wound conversation, but it seems likely that it will spill out into this one.
There's one little nitpick I've noticed, and I've seen it done elsewhere as well. So whenever they talk about 1 CP or 2 CP, at the end where they clarify whether it's 1 CP or 2 CP, they're really inconsistent. So in one of them, it says basically if it's 2C, it's basically 2 CP. If not, it's 1 CP. And then the other one basically says it's 1 CP. If not, it's 2 CP. It's really weird. Just be really consistent about that when they do it.
I think that is, and again, I know we kind of come across like a bit of a broken record on these sort of topics, but that is the stuff that drives you crazy, isn't it? Because you just want them to be a little bit consistent with it. Like you want, if you're going to create this kind of language of describing rules, maybe be consistent with it. But anyway, they've got a psychic discipline, which they have access to 3 unique psychic powers. The first of those is Synaptic Barrier. It's a blessing. Synaptic Barrier has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select 1 friendly Crusher Stampede model within 18 of this Psyker until the start of the next Psychic phase. That model has a 4+ invulnerable save, which is pretty meaningful.
Tasty.
So, very tasty. The idea that you could have a big, scary model and slap a 4+ invuln on it is
tasty
again
until your Tower Railgun rocks up.
Well, yes, obviously, but we've got to about February, maybe March time before those become a thing. So enjoy it while you can.
Yeah.
Again, stipulation is model, and it's not a monster. It's just any Crusher Stampede. So you can give a 4+ invuln to a Tyranid Warrior, but it's only that one specific Tyranid.
And then you can just elect to take your saves on that one when you're getting shot at and stuff. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
So the next one is Aggressive Surge. It's a blessing.
They've got some great names, I'm going to say, Phil, just momentarily. These are some pretty good names for abilities and powers and things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's all good.
I approve of the naming convention. It's good. Well done, then.
Good. So Aggressive Surge has a warp charge value of 6. If manifested, select 1 friendly Crusher Stampede model within 18 inches of this Psyker. Until the start of your next Psychic phase, add D3 attack characteristics to that model.
D3 attack? Oh, yes, of course. So it means you're actually increasing the actual characteristic, you're not gifting them extra attack. So it's actually changing their profile, right?
Yeah, same with the Warlord one. You can add D3 to the attacks characteristic. So potentially you could add 2 D3 attacks to one model if you combo up Rampaging Beast with Aggressive Surge, which is pretty cool.
Definitely pumping out a lot of attacks on these guys. That was Warp Charge 6. Not unreasonable. Lastly, we have Infused Energies. It's a blessing, and it has a warp charge value of 6. Select one friendly Crusher Stampede unit, excluding Synapse units. Excluding Synapse units? What could that even be?
Well, Synapse is things like Tyranid warriors and...
yeah, but most of the biggies are also Synapy.
No, I think a lot of the monsters aren't they? Like, I don't think...
Really?
Hold on. Let's look
Anyway, well, I'll read what it does while you have a quick look at what is and isn't Synapse. But yeah, so you select one friendly Crusher Stampede unit within 18 of this Psyker. Until the start of the next Psychic phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, you can re-roll the hit roll. So you have a non-Synapse unit that can re-roll hit rolls. So that's definitely not a Hive Tyrant. That's definitely not a Swarm Lord.
So Carnifexes aren't Synapse.
Oh, Carnifex. Okay, that's all right.
I suspect Tervigons would be.
Tervigons definitely are because they're Psychers. They're like, and
they're the brood ones. Oh, but they are actually Psychers as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the Tyrannofex, I would assume, isn't.
Maybe the Tyrannofex isn't, no. And then maybe the Hierodrule.
What, the massive one?
No, sorry, the Exocrine is the words I was trying to find.
Right,
sorry,
okay.
So yeah, maybe a few things aren't. I just assumed that all the big uns were.
The Tyrannocyte isn't the drop pod. If you wanted to take that, for example.
There you go. You wanted to be able to benefit from your reroll hits with your drop pod.
Exactly.
It's good business. So there you go. Look, that is the forces of the Crusher Stampede. Yet another awesome addition to the NID rules. Curious if this will cease to be an option once the new book drops. I assume Armies of Renown are unique into the sense that they remain regardless, right? So even when the new NID book drops, this is still going to be an option for you, right?
It feels totally, legitimate like that these would still be viable. Same with the Codex supplement for Leviathan, unless they were starting to roll them out into the core codex, which I don't think they would. As we did in our speculation chat, maybe one day they'll do codex supplements for all of the sort of high fleets or whatever they might be. So if they've got to that point, then maybe these ones would be redundant because they'd be printing them out in their own books, for example. But for now, it feels like even once a codex comes, these will still be viable ways to play. But ultimately, your core units, and abilities will probably just be way better. So think how good this is now. Just imagine how good it's going to be once your units become crazy good. Yeah, so that will be an interesting takeaway, I think, when it comes to the Tyranid Codex coming out down the line. I hope these aren't sort of stopgap ones that are making certain builds viable now, but then they don't. But because of this, they don't buff those units up in the Codex, so it becomes a bit lackluster when the Codex finally comes out, and you're like, actually, why would I take the Stonecrusher Stampede when there's so many cool buffs and synergies and stratagems for all the Swarm stuff instead? So the book's been written more with that in focus. I sort of hope these things will still get play post-Codex.
Yeah, no, agreed. Yeah, I mean, look, as a set of rules, I think it's really interesting. I think they've done a really good job of offering some very strong options to NID players there. They definitely didn't need them because they've definitely been benefiting from some very strong unit rules already.
I would say they do need them. I think they've been benefiting from one broken unit that's been propping up the entire army. I mean, I think I think Codex Leviathan's done well to give them life, but if you're not a Leviathan player, like, you're kind of a bit out in the dark, really.
No, that much is true, to be fair. I think that's the thing. I think, it's really great to, give this army more options and to add more flavor to it. So yeah, no, I love it. I think it's a really fun set of rules that that I'm sure a lot
Yeah.
of NID players are really excited about.
It's sort of a quintessential way of how a lot of players want to play Tyranids, which is just lots of big bugs. That's when I was building my army. That's my one focus was I don't want to paint small things. I just like the cool big models. Let me just play them. Even though I knew probably at the time that wasn't very viable. So I like that they're leaning into that for those people and they're giving you a viable option. Same with tank companies and tank armies for Guard. I really hope that gets an Army of Renowned, because it feels like that's the only way they would, unless they bake it into the core codex rules, which it seems like unlikely because of this mechanic of the Armies of Renown. So hopefully Guard get that at some point down the line to make just tank armies viable, because it's a fun way of playing and it's super thematic for their army, which feels like that's how they always do these kind of Armies of Renown. Let's pick something really thematic and make it fun to play.
Yeah. No, good stuff. Did you want to talk about the broader implications of them releasing this stuff in White Dwarf? Do we feel like that's a good thing overall? I mean, I've often been in favor of White Dwarf updates, so personally I think it's totally cool and groovy, but I'm just curious if there was anything you wanted to say on that whole side of things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily mind it. I mean, if you had a choice between a £6 magazine or at least £25 up to, it has been £30, hasn't it, depending on where you buy it from, Warzone book to get access to those rules, which would you rather have? Because normally you buy a Warzone book, it has one thing in there for you. Like, it's unlikely you get an Army of Renown and a codex supplement, although that has been the case. I think with Orcs have managed to do that. So quite often you're buying the book for one thing. So in terms of cost value, having it in the White Dwarf is brilliant. The one thing I hate about the White Dwarfs is when you have to take it to an event. After a couple of games, that White Dwarf gets really tatty because it's not in a hardbacked book, which is a bit better protected. So it's like the one I had for the Inquisition and Assassins when they came out in White Dwarfs, basically just looked very well used and had seen better days after a couple of games. So that's the only criticism I have of it. And I think for a lot of people, it's harder to keep track of because a lot of people don't buy White Dwarf. A lot of people don't talk about White Dwarf stuff online. I think this Stonecrusher Stampede has had a bit of traction in terms of people being aware that it exists. But I think people trying to just get access to it and buy it. I think you still can do digital versions of White Dwarf. And also over time, I'm sure it'll appear in the Warhammer Vault, because that seems to be where White Dwarfs end up. And those currently do have the rules in them as well. So, if that becomes available in there, then that's only a good thing. But I know some people, like, if they don't live somewhere where they can easily buy a physical copy, maybe a digital version isn't great for you. So trying to get hold of a physical version is actually really difficult. So therefore it could be a negative for some people.
Yeah, I suppose that's the thing. I mean, I haven't even tried to buy an issue of White Dwarf in months, if not years, just because I don't really go to a newsagent on the regular or to a W.H. Smith's or places where I might find it. Like, I do often look, if I'm in the supermarket or whatever, I think to myself, I'll just go and see if there's a White Dwarf available to buy. And inevitably they're not.
No,
there, so
supermarkets, they're not in it. Basically, W.H. Smith's in the UK is one of the few places that seems to stock them, or kind of, news agency type places.
Or Games Workshop, I
obviously
suppose.
Games Workshop as well. Stores, I subscribe, so that's how I get mine delivered to my door, which is a nice way of doing it. There's always, like, they're still doing the Flashpoint Octarius in White Dwarf. There's actually we talked about it before, there's a ton of content for those war zones in these magazines, like extra missions, extra rules. There's some I think in the last one there was specific orc characters, not quite match play rules, because I think they were for Crusade only, because they are keyword specific. So you have to be playing a Crusade within like Warzone Octarius, which will then give you access to those characters that you can then take in your army. I think that's how those worked. So it was interesting that those weren't match play and these ones are, because it's an Army of Renown. It's interesting that it's the first one. It'd be interesting to see like how often they will update us and give us more Armies of Renown within White Dwarf as opposed to Warzone Octarius. I mean, if you were a completionist, you could say, why is all my Warzone stuff not in the books? The 2 books that I buy should have everything in. Why is it sort of being separated out into White Dwarf as an extra thing that I have to buy? I think that the case is you can never satisfy everyone, because some people will want the bite-sized updates and extra stuff that they probably would never bother to put into the books. So you should see this as extra content as opposed to content that's been removed from a book, for example.
Yeah, no, absolutely, mate. All right, brilliant. There we go. That's us having talked about some Tyranids for a change. Lovely times. We are now going to transition to whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. All right then, everyone. In this part of the podcast, myself and Phil are going to take it upon ourselves to discuss the various ideas, thoughts, and feelings we have concerning Lookout Sir in the year 2022. How are you doing, Phil? Are you excited about the year 2022 as it concerns Lookout Sir 40k?
I am indeed. I think it will be a nice, exciting year. Hopefully, slightly more relaxed. A relaxed pace of outputs, maybe.
Potentially. I mean, I'm nervous about using the terminology relaxed because that implies that we're not, giving it our all. We're not bringing our A game.
What's the opposite of not flogging a dead horse? To me, that's relaxed.
Well, there you go. I wouldn't know how to not flog a dead horse, for I am always at its side, beating it within an inch of its, well, I suppose, death in that instance, because it's already gone.
Is called Phil.
Yes, that's right, Phil. I'm always there, smacking you about. But, I only do it because I love you, Phil.
Oh, well, thanks very much.
But yeah, so I mean, one of the things that me and Phil do every time it comes around to the beginning and or end of a year, although admittedly I did it in the wrong order, the end of and or beginning of a new year. Again, that didn't work either. The end of the old year, the beginning of the new. You get my point. When we get to around January, we have a chit chat, a little chinwag about what it is that we want to do with Lookout Sir in the year to come. Now, hopefully it won't have escaped anyone's attention in the year 2021. We did weekly content. And that, for the most part, was pretty great. I mean, majoritively, I quite enjoyed weekly content up until a point. I mean, how do you think it went, Phil?
I loved doing weekly content, although it is a lot more hard work and revealing behind the curtain, everyone, peering behind the scenes. So when we were doing fortnightly, we recorded once a week. So we did effectively 2 recordings and put that out as 1 episode. And then the idea going weekly is we would just still do 1 recording a week and just put that out weekly. So we were doing the same amount of content, but effectively, rather than having 6-hour-long episodes, or how long they sometimes could be, you would get, 2-3 hour episodes, in the same period. But what's ended up happening is when going weekly, we would effectively do 1.5 to 2 recordings a week, or per night, or a night per week, instead of the 1. So we're actually doubling our output, doubling the work, which actually took its toll after a time.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, right? It's really important that we try and get across the fact that, we're both massive fans of this project. I think we're both really engaged with it and wanting to continue it. But we're looking at what 2022 represents, and we're looking at our own commitments and what it is that we have to, achieve in our personal lives and our broader kind of non-Lookout Sir lives. And yeah, I think, ultimately 2021 was a really fantastically unique set of circumstances that afforded us an opportunity to go weekly. And, we engaged with that because we felt like that was a really important thing to do last year. And we also felt like with Joe leaving the podcast that we needed to try mixing up the format and try to do different things. And we're really grateful that everyone stuck around and supported us as we went through that kind of transitional period. And we've definitely really come to appreciate how incredible it is to have such a engaged and fantastic fan base that do actually, want us to succeed and actually engage with what we're doing, which is just amazing, right? So I think we're in a really good place with it. I think the problem is that ultimately it's about our broader enthusiasm and general kind of passion for the project, but also understanding that 2022 is not going to have the same, fingers crossed circumstances as 2021 did. And it's going to be increasingly more difficult for the pair of us to commit to that weekly release schedule. So what we're doing in 2022 is we're going fortnightly. Now, there is an additive to this statement, and we'll get to that in a moment. But in terms of the fortnightly process, you're listening to this podcast that went out on Saturday, the 15th of January. That is the date where this episode has gone out. And from here on in, we are committed to producing an episode and delivering it every Saturday, or every a fortnight on Saturday, basically 2 weeks Saturday. So effectively what I'm saying is this went out on the 15th. The next one will go out on the 29th. The one that follows that would be the 12th of February, then the 26th of February, then the 12th of March. And from there on in, I'm hopeful that you get the picture. So the idea is that come all the various happenings in the world, we will commit to producing and delivering an episode on that fortnightly release schedule. However, Phil, what might we do as well?
Well, Games Workshop are just throwing so much cool stuff at us that we feel like we can't cram it all into those fortnightly episodes. So we're going to do extra episodes for people. So, for example, next week we're going to put out another episode. So, in addition to our fortnightly one, we'll be doing an ad hoc weekly episode that would slot in between those fortnightly recordings. So effectively you'll get 3 in a row, then maybe a break, and then back to the fortnightly schedule. And where appropriate, we're going to try and do an extra episode because we got things like 2 codexes to review for Gene Stealing Cult and Custodes. We'll no doubt do a poll on Patreon, Instagram, socials for people to vote on which one we're going to talk about first, and then we'll do the other one the following week. And there'd be stuff like Warzone books come out and stuff. So I think there's going to be plenty to talk about. So where needed, we'll do an extra episode. When it's a quiet period, we can kick back and relax and enjoy the fortnightly schedule as planned, basically.
Yeah, or if just, reality gets in the way as well. I think that's the thing. It's difficult to stick to a weekly release schedule because it basically means that you need to be, both me and Phil need to be available 2 to 3 nights a week, every week, which, as you know in your own lives, is a difficult ask.
I mean, I don't have a social life, so I'm fine with it. It's more Dan. Dan's the sociable one who likes to actually leave his house.
Yes, that is true. That is one of those things that I enjoy doing. I do have some work commitments as well, which often, get in the way of things. But I know it's a terrible, terrible nuisance of a thing. But the point is look, I think, what I don't want anyone listening to this thinking is that we're making excuses or that we're trying to, play the tiny violin for ourselves. It's like, look, we understand, right? It's a privileged position to be in where we have a fantastic audience that engage with us and are keen for us to produce content and support us, and we really appreciate that. And we're not suggesting for a moment that this is hard work in the sense of what people have to do every day in terms of going out there and doing whatever it is they need to do to support themselves and their families and all that fun stuff. But this is a hobby project. This is a fun thing that we do, and the aspiration is for it to remain fun. And definitely last year, as we got to certain instances within the year, certain points of the year, it became increasingly difficult to find the motivation to continue producing those episodes. So we had to wrestle through that whole situation to bring you guys that weekly content. And we're really proud of the fact that we got it done. But we feel like in the year 2022, it makes more sense to go fortnightly. However, when we feel like we've got something worth saying, we will put out an episode regardless of that fortnightly release schedule. But whatever happens, we will never break the fortnightly release schedule. From here on in, every 2 weeks from now, you will get an episode, but every now and again you'll get another, and that's pretty much as good as we can do it.
Well, exactly. It's better to commit to that and promise, but over what was it? Over promise.
Under promise, under deliver.
Over deliver rather than over promise and disappoint people where they're going, where's my weekly episode? And instead we're busy with work or doing other stuff that we haven't been able to do it. So I think it's a good way of doing it. We've also been engaging with our Patreon supporters. Obviously, big thank you to all of those people that do back us. And if you don't and you just enjoy listening to the show, that's also fantastic too. But we did a little poll to see if we could give anything back to the Patreon supporters. And I think it's still up for discussion, but there was, I think, 3 or 4 top picks that the Patrons picked. One of them was a Discord channel for us to create and have a little community. Another one was Q&As with you and me, where they can ask us stuff, a bit like community questions, but maybe a bit more ask me anythings, monthly things potentially. And also bonus content was the other requested one. So that might be in the form of behind the scenes stuff. Who knows? I mean, those were the picks that they had said. Whether we do any of those is another matter, but that is something over the next few weeks and months we will work out and hope to let you guys know about it once we've actually done some more with it.
Yeah, the way I look at Patreon at this point is that I think I was really resilient to the idea of doing Patreon because for a number of reasons, because I just didn't want to seem like we were in it for the money, so to speak. But I think that definitely obviously isn't the case. But regardless of what people might think on that front, Patreon has and will consistently just be a platform that's there for those that want to support us, and we're never going to necessarily aggressively push it, even though obviously we mention it and we talk about it in instances like this because we want to acknowledge those who support us and enable us to produce this content on a regular basis and do so without breaking the bank, as it were. But the thing that I'm really keen to do is to really try and do things that show our appreciation and support to those patrons. And I think the way I'm envisioning Patreon initially is it's going to become a dumping ground for all of the kind of extracurricular stuff that we kind of do that relates to 40k but isn't this podcast. So anyone who's looked at our YouTube channel will see that we used to, when we were able to produce video content such as really weird battle reports in my strange sex dungeon garage, or we would do tournament reports where we would document our progress at events, or we do things like the Lookout Sir quiz, although that will always be something that we'll try and feature extensively on the podcast and on YouTube when we do it at the end of each year. But the point is I want to get into a situation where we are giving something sort of rewarding to those patrons, but at the same time not kind of ever ending up in a situation where we're hiding things behind a paywall. So I think
that makes sense.
Yeah. So I think even if we do weird content that goes out on Patreon every now and again, we will probably eventually chuck it up on other platforms just so as it's there. So maybe it'll be timed and things. I did have another mad idea that I was going to do illustrations for every single episode that we put out on a fortnightly basis. So I reserved the right to not do an illustration for one of these ad hoc weekly ones. But my aspiration was to do an illustration which I would post on my Instagram to essentially indicate the release of a Lookout Sir podcast. And then we could give those illustrations away to patrons. I thought that'd be quite a fun thing. We could do a little raffle and then be there you go. You get this terrible sketch that I drew of a space marine eating a pineapple or whatever it is that I came up with that week. And maybe you could do some illustrations as well, Phil. You're quite the drawer.
I did. That actually was one of the poll options.
Oh, was it? And it wasn't popular?
It got no votes.
No votes?
No votes. Sorry.
Oh, well, that's good. It saves me a load of work.
Well, exactly. I mean, drawing, while fun, is actually quite time consuming.
It is. Well, that's good. Well, there you go. I'm glad that.
I mean, I'm
that
sure
our
people will
patrons
appreciate you doing the drawings and posting them on social media.
No. The patrons have spoken. I'm not doing it now. They've hurt me.
Fair
They
enough.
cut me deep.
They don't want a Dan original.
No. Could be worth a lot of money one day.
Or a Phil original, to be fair. They don't want that either. Oh, well.
We could give them to you as an NFT. I hear they're popular.
Oh, well, if that was an option, I'm sure, we could also do our own.
Are you aware that a lot of people think NFTs are like really awful? I have really no opinion on it. I just know it's a thing that people talk about. But I think the general consensus is they're pretty bad.
Yeah, I can't really say I know too much or care either.
Well, I follow that Beeble guy who got really rich off of them initially. He seems dead keen on them, but beyond that, they don't seem overly popular.
Well, I mean, you would be keen on it if you got really rich from it.
That is true. I mean, I don't mind admitting that I'm a big fan of anything that would make me filthy rich.
Well, indeed.
Who wouldn't be? Anyway, look, there you go. That's us talking about what our aspirations around Patreon is. We're going to do some stuff and hopefully that'll be good. But look Out Sir is something that I'm personally really proud of. And I'm really grateful that you out there, whomever you might be, are listening to this. And obviously, we're absolutely committed to continuing this and to releasing more and more content and continuing to be part of your hobby experience. So thank you very much for allowing us to do that. And yeah, I'm really excited about what we're going to achieve in 2022, or what I hope we'll achieve in 2022. And hopefully you'll be there alongside us throughout all of the various highs and inevitable lows that come from a year in the life of Warhammer 40,000. Phil, do you have any closing thoughts on this before we transition out of here?
Well, I'm sure it will be a fun 40k year that we can all experience together. Hopefully, with the fans in tow, maybe even meeting some of them in person at events.
Oh, that'd be good
in the future. That would be great to do. So yeah. Look, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to what the year holds.
Absolutely. I think the thing is, for me as well, it's like, one of the things I'm excited about in 2022 is the idea that we're going to start going to more events as a group again. Because I think that's one of the elements of Lookout Sir that has kind of fallen off in the span of 2020 and 2021, is that so much before this was kind of an amalgamation of a group of mates who played 40k together. And now it has kind of just become the Dan and Phil show. So it will be good to try and reintroduce some of those elements in, get Richie back on to do more quizzes throughout the year, get, Tim in to talk about things. Maybe we should try and see if Tim's any good at Gene Stealer Cult. He isn't. I know he isn't. He'll be about as useful as a chocolate teapot when it comes to talking about them, but he likes NIDs, right? So,
Well, that is true. He could just have a pure sane Gene Stealers and just have them.
He could just be in the background making little weird gribbly noises, couldn't he?
Yes. Yeah. Maybe we'll even get Sean on. The elusive,
we'll regret getting Sean on. We'll regret having him on. That's the problem with Sean.
I mean, I hope he doesn't listen to this, because that will cut him.
I hope he does, and I hope because he knows. He knows better than anyone. He's useless.
Oh, I mean, to his credit, he's finally learnt how to roll dice well.
Has he though?
He did when I played against him. Those new ultramarine dice. Hotcakes, nothing but sixes the whole time.
Oh yeah, his weighted dice. Yeah, that's how he's learned to roll well.
Exactly.
He's got those
that's what I need. Dice. That's what I need for sure.
You do need those, mate. Yeah, no, absolutely. I love you, Sean. Don't be offended. Anyway, there we go. That's us talking about Lookout Sir in the year 2022. Thank you very much for listening, and we look forward to whatever it is we end up bringing you throughout the course of the year. Happy hobbying. Transitional noise. Whoa! And that now is that, everybody. The end of episode 118. Got your number, eh? That never gets old, does it, Phil?
Oh yeah. For the UK fans or non-UK fans, that's an old. It's like a lookup service. Yellow Pages, although Yellow Pages probably doesn't mean anything to people outside of the UK either. Like a telephone directory, you could phone them up and ask them anything. And they used to use ads 118.
The guys in the ads kind of look like you, Phil. You in a vest.
No, they just had tashes. They didn't have beards.
Are you sure they didn't have beards? I seem to remember the 118 athletic fellas running around in beards, but maybe it was just stashes. It was the early or mid 2000s, wasn't it? It was a different time.
Exactly, a simpler time.
That was a weird period of time, wasn't it? Where a number of like telephone directory companies were kind of competing, and somehow the 118 guys got your number. Did very well for themselves. Magical time in British telecommunications.
It's sort of weird because the internet surely existed around then.
Yeah, but you've got to remember, Phil, the
You
internet
didn't have
of
smartphones,
2002.
maybe. That was it.
No, you didn't. You definitely didn't have smartphones. And the internet of 2002, 2003 was a very different creature to what it became in the later years. It was weird, man. It's weird even thinking back to it, like a world before smartphones. Like, I've noticed that I've got a crippling addiction to smartphones. Have you developed that yet?
I think everyone does on some level. I try and justify it in terms of like, I just use it for my social media, for like my Instagram, for my Beyond the Tabletop. But it's probably it goes deeper than that, I'm sure.
Yeah, because like I have a genuine sense of like acute awareness of its location in relation to myself, as it were. Like, I can walk away from it. I can walk away anytime, Phil. But I know exactly where I left it. Like, I've always got to stay. I imagine it's what it's like to have a child. You always got to be aware of its whereabouts. You got to know that it's by you.
In which case, I'm like an over possessive and controlling parent, because it is by my side at all times, never to leave me.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't necessarily say it was like being a good parent. I just, maybe exactly that. It's your poor phone is a bubble child. You keep it safe, keep it locked away.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird, isn't it, though? Anyway, but I do find that it's lovely from a sort of 40k, hobby extension perspective, isn't it?
I was actually going to say, how different do you think 40k would be without the internet, in terms of the meta? Well, the thing is, though, saying that, like, the hobby side is it's definitely better and easier to get into. There's loads of hobby videos, tutorials, there's guides, stuff.
But does it mean as much to you now, Phil? Right? Because I think when you used to earn that experience through personal endeavor and going out into the world and seeking out the knowledge or earning that knowledge yourself through trial and error, did that not mean more to those people in the 90s than it does to us today, who have instant accessibility to all of the secrets of the world?
This is the thing, because as a kid, I found painting really difficult, so I just didn't really do it. I painted a couple of units maximum. I had an entire dwarf fantasy army. I don't think there was a lick of paint on any of it, not even primer, nothing. Like, this is all bare metal. And I love that army, and I just, I used to convert bits up, and same with my guard and squat army. But very few stuff is actually painted, and the stuff that is painted is not painted very well. So in a way, I finally discovered the joys of painting because of the accessibility of learning the techniques. I mean, if there was a decent book and stuff, maybe I would have followed it. Maybe it was just maybe it's an age thing as well.
I think for me, it was, I think when it comes to the sort of hobby side of things, so like as a kid, I painted loads of minis as a kid, but like there were all these little moments of beautiful discovery. Like, I remember one of the first box sets I got, in fact, it was the 2nd edition starter box set, and I wanted to paint my Space Marines in Imperial Fist color schemes. As I was like, that yellow looks cool. And obviously, as a child, I had no concept of how complicated painting yellow was going to be. You just assume that, like every other paint, you just take the yellow and you put it on it, and it becomes yellow.
Yeah.
How little I knew.
Oh.
And I went to the hobby store, because we didn't have a Games Workshop where I lived at the time, and they were like, "Yeah, you need an undercoat." You're like, "Okay, what's this undercoat?" Yeah, you use this undercoat. You spray them with the undercoat, and then that allows you to paint on top of them with acrylics easier. I was like, "Oh, that's genius. All right, cool. I'll buy some undercoat." And I ended up with black undercoat. So I sprayed these models black.
No, and
that's proceeded
that's worse. Like, you've just made it a lot harder for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I proceeded to get, like, whatever it was, Avalon Sunset or whatever it was back in the day, or Evil Sun's yellow or whatever it was, or whatever the color was. And I proceeded to start trying to put on the paint, and it was obviously just doing nothing. It was like literally, it was like the smallest bits of pigment around the outer edges, as this paint just basically the equivalent of a wash on that black undercoat. And it was ridiculous. And you just think back to that, and you think about the trial of trying to make a model yellow, and just how horrid and green it was, and just awful.
Yeah.
And the journey of discovery that you went on as a process of that, and then realizing that you need white primer to paint yellow minis, and that you need just little things like that stay with me for a long time.
Yeah, I think I definitely remember discovering dry brushing and going, wow, this is fantastic on all my chainmail stuff. Or mail, as it's actually correctly called. But yeah, that would that stuff was brilliant as a kid.
Yeah. I remember as well, I got one of the first Elder models I got after the Start Collecting box, which didn't have any Elder models in it, but one of the first Elder miniatures I bought was the then Elder Dreadnought, which is basically a big chunk of metal with tiny little spindly joints. I had no idea what pinning was, and I was not prepared for how long super glue took to dry.
Oh, dear Lord, yeah. I remember just holding pieces together for 5+ minutes, waiting for, and then you would let go and it would just all fall apart, and because it hadn't glued in your heart. Dear God.
And I made this terrible blunder where the first things I glued on were the arms, and then I was trying to get the legs in, but the legs go under the arms, and the thing wouldn't glue, and it's on this weird pivot point, so it kept doing. Phil can see me shifting my hands to represent the weird pivoting, but it's basically like a weird, you got your sort of central fulcrum that is the Dreadnought's torso, and it's just rotating sharply within the confines of a 25-degree motion, but it's enough that it completely jiggles everything out of whack with itself. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's the thing, man. The journey of discovery. I think the 40k hobby would be. I think, look, at the end of the day, it's great the more people can get into it. It's great the more people are able to unlock their potential within the hobby and are able to produce the most beautiful miniatures that they can create. And, obviously they're able to understand the nuances of building beautiful boards and creating incredible poses and sculpting things with green stuff, or adding in 3D printed elements, or getting third-party, peripheral pieces that they can add to their miniatures to add a bit more personality. And, that there's all this lore and incredible information out there. All of that is great. But, I still think it was better before, because I'm old now, Phil, and I'm grumpy.
Well, I think there was a certain simplicity to it, and you didn't really have anyone to compare yourself against. You obviously had the box art, you had the occasional, you had the White Dwarf where you saw the gorgeous stuff that the studio did, or the Golden Demons. And then you had your mates who were just as incompetent as you at painting, or at least all of mine were. Not to say it's bad, but we were all as bad as each other. So it's if you were getting good at painting, you could at least be like, oh, cool. Within my community, I'm doing quite well. Whereas I think even for myself, I look at other people's standard of painting and go, oh, dear God, why do I even bother? And it's and I think I'm a relatively decent painter, but sometimes you still get that real imposter syndrome of just going, everyone else is better than me, so why even attempt it? And it's quite daunting, the amount of good hobbyists are out there in the world of social media and online, and you can be subjected to all of that. Whereas I think pre-internet, you weren't subjected to that in the same way. It was almost like the good people were the Golden Demon and the studio staff, which kind of they're all justified. But when you see a 16-year-old that is hands down a way better painter than you, and they've been doing it for a year, I throw my toys across the desk. How dare they?
I suppose that's the issue that kids growing up in the world today have, though, right, Phil? That's what they say, because they're all on the internet all the time, so they've got to compete with everyone around the world everywhere, rather than just their kind of local communities.
Yeah, and I don't think you necessarily even need to look at it in terms of competing against other people. Although I do think people naturally do compare themselves to other people and want to do better. So I think it is sort of an innate human thing that people do want to do. But I think ultimately that's always quite often a hindrance, especially when you're learning stuff. And actually you just need to focus on techniques that you do, that you can do well, that you enjoy doing. Not everyone's going to be a Golden Demon painter. Don't try and paint every single mini to that standard. ultimately you need to just get stuff tabletop ready so you can play it, because ultimately 90% of people probably in the hobby, that's their goal. They paint to put it on the table so it looks nice and they can enjoy it. And then other people take that to the next step because they paint because they enjoy it or because they want to enter competitions, for example. So yeah, I mean, I still have them hidden away somewhere, like these little kind of, I don't think they were, when they say White Dwarf, they were like the Citadel catalogs or like little paint guides. The old Golden Demon, like, the illustrated version that they sort of brought back. Those little magazines that had hints and tips and probably had like John Blanche doing, how he painted his fancy models and stuff. I just remember flicking through them forever as a kid and just staring at the dioramas. There was one where it was like this, not a Necromunda Underhive. It was like this underground, it was an underground 40k scene, and I think it was squats versus orcs, and it was clearly like, it was like a sideways ant cutout, if you know what I mean. So you saw that all these different tunnels stacked on top of each other, and there was little scenes going on. I just remember looking at stuff like that as a kid, just absolutely loving it. And you don't quite get that same thing anymore. Like the way they did things back then is very different from how it's done today.
That being said, though, right, I suppose the problem is it's really difficult for us to appropriately understand what it's like being a young person or someone getting into the hobby today versus how we experienced it as younger people, because obviously it's just a different world, and also in conjunction with it being a different world, it's also, it's a completely different kind of hobby these days to what it used to be. Like I think one of the things that's really intriguing about the fact that 40k is what it is today is that, many of the people who kind of engage with it, have a kind of quality expectation and a benchmark for what these miniatures are versus what we used to deal with. Because, like, it was a pretty common situation back in the 90s and early 2000s to be dealing with really shoddy, figures that had all manner of manufacturing issues and all manner of things that you just accepted you needed to fix in order to utilize them.
Yeah, you definitely get people now, quite often there's vocal people complaining about the quality of Games Workshop, or more likely Forge World in terms of their casting quality, and people are like, I'm paying for quality, I don't expect to have to do hobby stuff, i.e. to fix mold slips and pin things together, whereas back in the day that was all 100% required. Like part and parcel of the hobby was all of these little things, and the quality of the sculpts, especially back in the 80s, like the early days, was pretty rubbish. Like you even just look at we talked about it, like look at the Elder Guardians, the plastic ones versus the new plastic ones, and how much it's improved. And if you went back even further to the old dinky Rogue Trader era stuff, it's like pretty rubbish. Although saying that, I have seen when people do paint up Rogue Trader era minis to a high standard, they really hold up well. Like, it does make me go, well, that's why I end up buying those Rogue Trader Orcs and some Space Marines, because I'm like, I want to do that as a little project at one point. Just for almost that nostalgia hit, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. And I think the thing is, one of the things actually I really miss about the old style miniatures was the simplicity of the basic infantry. It was only when you had to... I have to be honest, the weirdest period for 40k stuff was probably like 2000 to 2010, when they were doing all of these kind of like odd sculpts that, yeah, sure, every now and again they'd be like, okay, cool, here's a metal thing, or here's a plastic thing, sorry. But majoritively it was metal and then inevitably fine cast. So they'd be like, oh, here's an elaborate character, like, I don't know, Samael on his jet bike. There you go, guys. Enjoy Samael on his jet bike. And you get the metal figure, and you'd be like, this is a disaster. Like, putting this thing together is worse than anything. It's awful.
Metal vehicles or metal monsters is really difficult to put together. It's like, so I redid my Halflings for Blood Bowl a few years back now for sort of for Golden Demon, was one of the reasons for it. Partly also because this was 2016, so the new Blood Bowl had come back. So I dug out from my parents off the old metal minis. I wanted to convert them all up, so I was hacking bits off the arms and reposing them and stuff. And it was the first time I've used metal minis in a really long time, and it made me appreciate how much easier it is to kit bash either plastic or Forge World resin models are, because cutting into metal is time consuming, and if you're using a knife, is very dangerous. I'm pretty sure I cut myself far too many times than I would like to think, because that was, I think, before I got my little blade saw to do cuts like that. Or sometimes it's just too difficult to get a little tiny hacksaw in there. So yeah, metal minis are a pain to work with. They do look nice. They're very weighty. I do like how some of them look.
I've just thought of a fun thing that we could do as a spoof video for a future thing. We could do a contest. So we could do a building contest where you and I both get a notoriously terrible miniature to put together and have to do like a competition to see who can build it the fastest, and then also whose miniature is the most well assembled when all is said and done, when all the pieces are in place. Like get like a adjudicator along to be like, right, that's it. So trying to like speed assemble a metal Thunderfire cannon or a metal.
Yeah, I mean, fans, listeners, let us know what mini you would want us to build. And if we can happen to get 2 versions of it unbuilt off of eBay, maybe we'll give it a go.
Yeah, that'd be a fun little thing, wouldn't it? To be able to do a video of like just showcasing how ridiculous building old metal minis are. We're doing a speed competition to get through it.
Yeah, I guess it would have to be something that probably requires some pinning involved. So it'd have to probably be a monster or vehicle of some kind. Yeah.
I think the thing is with a lot, it has to be something big-ish. The one that immediately came to mind that was notoriously hellish was the Land Raider Crusader of the mid-2000s. That thing is hell.
Well, surely that's not metal. Surely that's metal bits on plastic, right?
Exactly, which is even worse.
No, well, the combining of plastic and metal together, I can imagine.
Yeah. So the Hurricane Bolter sponsons and the assault cannon were metal.
Yeah.
And it is a nightmare because I remember correctly, each of the bolters is separate.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's honestly one of the most miserable things to build ever. No. So there we go. We just got to get 2 Land Raider Crusader sponsons and try and do a thing to build those specifically.
Jeez, yeah, that could be unfun.
That could be murder.
Fun, but fun.
Yes, it would be seriously unfun. Especially when you consider how easy it is to build a Land Raider Crusader Hurricane Bolter sponsor now. It's just literally done.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, there you go. So, first episode of the year in the bag, Phil. Excited about Warhammer World. We're probably going to talk about that probably in the lead up to it. We're doing the doubles, so we probably should do an episode on that in advance of going, I imagine.
Yeah, for sure. That'd be good.
Yeah. Well, because we definitely have an episode going out on the on Saturday the 29th. And that's when we're going to be up in Warhammer World doing the doubles. So, yeah. I got to still find a new doubles partner though, Phil.
No, I know. Yeah. Poor old Joe.
Poor old Joe. He's got the long COVID, everyone, the poor boy. He's doing all right though. Don't worry too much about him. He just can't stand up for long periods of time because he nearly passes out. What a treat, eh, Phil?
I know. I think Traitor Joe should come along, which is the little toy Dark Angel that Richie had to use for one of the previous doubles events at Warhammer World, where once again Joe mysteriously didn't make it. I mean, this time it's a bit more of a genuine excuse. I think last time.
Yeah, I think Traitor Joe needs to be reserved for Joe's typical lack of, appearance due to general negligence. This is quite a reasonable reason not to turn up, right?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So you putting a shout out for fans to team up with you? Is this it? You've got a spare ticket?
I mean, it might come to that actually. Maybe in episode 119 that we put out next week, when we talk about either GSC or Adeptus Custodes Codex, I'll make a last plea for someone to join me.
Let's get the applications in now, and then we can whittle them down on the show next episode.
Is that what you want to do? You want people to apply to come to Warhammer World and play games with me?
So when is it on again? What's the date?
Well, it's on the 29th is when it happens. Saturday the 29th and Sunday the 30th.
Yeah. So if people are free, can get to Nottingham and want to play some 1,000 points of something with Dan's 1,000 points of what is it you want to take?
Well, now it's up in the air because it's like the whole theme of the army is poo-pooed. So
because what you were going to take Dark Angels, were you?
I was taking Black Templars originally.
Oh, Black Templars. Okay.
Yeah. But now I think I'll probably just do the Unnumbered Sons.
Nice.
Which will be Gilliman, a lieutenant, 1 unit of intercessors with a power sword, 1 unit of suppressors, a Redemptor Dreadnought, and a Primaris Ancient. And that's my 1,000 points.
I like how you've got your list all prepared.
Yeah. My list is done. That's 1,000 points right there.
Nice. No surprises.
Is your list prepared, Phil?
I've not even thought about it really. Sorry, Richie, who is my partner. I mean, I know I've got to take Yarrick.
Maybe you'll be the one finding a partner before long. Maybe Richie will ditch you and join my Unnumbered Sons.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, at least I don't have to paint Yarrick if that's the case.
Well, there you go. I mean, it is a hell of an ask getting you to do 1 mini. I need to post you that thing.
The base, yes, yeah. So I want to convert him up and do a nice big base.
I was gonna swing by your house as I was driving up to Birmingham this weekend, but unfortunately, my brother-in-law now has COVID as well, so I can't go to Birmingham because COVID. But instead, I'm going to Entoyment to play in a 1-day tournament to help make up numbers. Unfortunately, this podcast is going out far too late to try and corral people to go to Entoyment on Saturday the 15th. But apparently they've got low figures in for.
I liked how you started off this episode by saying, "I'm going to play less events," and straight away you're like, "I'm doing an event, everyone."
Well, because I do a lot of TOing with those guys and I help them out. And Adam was literally just like, "I need numbers, mate, please."
Sounds like you got your own slippery finger club of your own going on.
Well, no, it's widely available. Like, we haven't sold enough tickets. It really isn't. Like, genuinely, we'll take anyone. It's not a slippery finger situation. It's a gaping maw. Is what it is. We're willing participants for anyone to come on in.
Brilliant.
So exactly. I'll see you there, right, Phil?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I'll be there, mate. Don't you worry. Yeah. No, but so that's happening. But look, I don't know. Weirdly, in my head, I don't look at it as an event because it's just a 1 day. It's like literally just going down. Well, it's just going down and spending a day with some mates and playing some games just under the pretense of a kind of tournament. But I think right now we've only got like 12 players going. So, I mean, to call it a tournament's a little bit grandiose, really. It's just 12 individuals getting together and someone gets a trophy at the end. Not me, because I don't pay to get in because I'm technically a TO. So I just rock up and play 3 games of 40k against maybe a friend, maybe a stranger. That's how it goes.
Well, sounds good.
Yeah, it could be. And then I've got the Beachhead stuff as well in January. February. That's going to be a big one.
No.
Supporting that one. So that's going to be a weekend long thing in Beachhead.
Are you playing that or TOing?
No, I'm exclusively TOing on that one. Although, again, there's a chance that I might need to play because, how it goes. It's one of those things. It's if they need someone to make up the numbers, then I'm there. But I don't intend to play. I really don't want to play Beachhead. And if I do play Beachhead, I will do everything in my power to hand wins over to whoever I play. So if you do play me at Beachhead, you better be pretty awful. If you're gonna, you are pretty awful if you lose to me because I'm gonna just be handing it to you.
Fair enough. That sounds good.
Yeah, my army list is going to be 1 of every assassin. I'll take that. and then some Custodes, I guess, because there are new things. So I'll chuck those in, and then some Mechanicus. There you go. That'll be fine.
Cool. Take an
I don't know.
Inquisitor as well.
I will take it. Thank you. I will take an Inquisitor. I'll take Hector Rex. Not Hector Rex.
Yeah, Hector Rex.
Hector.
Lord
it is-
Inquisitor. Hector Rex.
Who's the other Hector? Not Salamanca.
I don't know.
The one who pilots a knight.
Oh,
Hector Rex. No. Who's the knight guy?
isn't that Canis Rex?
That's Canis Rex.
Yeah.
That's where we got confused. Not Hector Rex.
It's a Rex of some kind. Maybe they're distant
Yeah.
cousins.
Maybe. No relation. Anyway, there we go. Thank you everyone for listening as always. We hope you've enjoyed this, our inaugural episode of the year 2022. And we look forward to bringing you many new episodes as we go forwards. Closing thoughts, Phil?
Yeah.
Bye, everyone!
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye!
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.